Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning.
This is the council meeting for the municipality of the County of Annapolis. And I'm pleased to say that we've been able to open up and have the public attend. We have a certain restricted number of seats available. So for people that are watching, if you do want to attend in person, the current drill is to contact the clerk. Would it be the clerk? Or
Yes.
And indicate your intention to attend, and it's first come, first served. And we're hoping to rearrange the seats so that, in fact, more people can come. Right now, there's only, I think, room for 4 or 5. And the other thing is that for the public, that when you come here, you have to have your mask on. When you sit down, you can take your mask off, but the moment you stand up, the mask has to be on. So, having said that, I'll go through the roll call. District 1.
Bruce Prout.
District 2.
Brian McDonald.
District 3, myself, Alan Parrish. District 4.
Clyde Bartow.
District 5.
Lynn Longmire.
District 6.
Alec Morrison.
District 7.
David Hudson.
District 8.
Michael Gunn.
District 9.
Wendy Sheridan.
District 10.
Brad Redden.
And District 11.
Diana Blanc.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, with respect to the agenda, are there any changes to the agenda as circulated? I've got, I guess I've got two. If you go to the second page under at the taxation of account, which is the last recommendation from Committee of the Whole, under 7XXXII. If there's a discussion in that regard, since it's akin to litigation, I think we'll just move that after the in-camera session, so that if any councillor does wish to have a discussion about that, that'll take place in camera, and then we'll come out of in-camera and do whatever we do.
Mr. Worden, we're moving the whole thing in camera? The motion and everything, or just?
No, it'll come out of in-camera, and we'll deal with it in public.
Okay.
With respect to the in-camera session, we've got 22.2A, we've got personnel matters under 22.2C, and I'd like to add litigation 22.2F. Are there any other amendments to the agenda as circulated? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote to approve the agenda as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Oh, make a motion for that? I'll make a motion for that.
It's been a rough start already. I think it's because I'm not sitting up at the front and at the top of this.
Get it down.
I think Councillor LeBlanc, you're moving the motion as the agenda as amended. A second, Councillor Bartow. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion is carried. Next, we have approval of the minutes from the February 16th regular council meeting. Would someone like to
Move to receive.
It's moved by the Deputy Warden to approve the minutes as circulated. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Connell. Discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. And I think we have to give congratulations to the clerk. Those were a lot of minutes, quite long, and it looks like she got it pretty accurately, so congratulations to her. Next, the councillor comments as we go around the table with the events in the municipality according to the districts. I'll start with Councillor Prout.
Thank you.
First of all, I'd like to congratulate Mr. George Barker of Wilmot on the celebration of his 100th birthday on February 24th. I know that his extended family, along with many of his friends, dropped by to join him on that special day. And I would also say, in my opinion, not everyone may agree, I think it's great that the clocks moved ahead over the weekend, because that means spring, along with the promise of rebirth, and in this year, also hopefully the delivery of many or multiple vaccines holds much promise for all of us as we look to the future. So that's my hope. Thank you very much.
Thank you. District 2?
Yeah, things have been pretty quiet around the District 2. I will put a little blurb out for the fire departments. Some of the not-for-profits and some of the volunteers in our county, they've searched outside the box in the last year to try to figure out how to raise money to keep surviving. Some of our community halls are suffering because they don't have that some of the advantages, but the online 50-50 draw for the fire departments is supporting the fire departments across Nova Scotia very well. And of course, the jackpot gets up there fairly high. I think the last 50-50 draw, I think the winner took home $168,000 or $170,000. So the other part is that when you buy those tickets, you can go on and click on what fire department you support. So that fire department would get your share of the contribution. So it is a nice setup, and it has gotten a way for them to survive. So I'm very happy to see that. Also, I'd like to put out a thank you for a fire department in Wendy's area. We had a young fellow pass away very quickly, and his parents really didn't ask for much, and they thought that he always was a buggy and four-wheeler and side-by-side, and he was always into that kind of thing. So we created a parade the day of his funeral, and there was people from all over the area came, and the fire department in Nicktaw set up a complete plan on how the parade was going to go. They set up traffic signs, they held the traffic, and it was a very, very good organized thing for that young gentleman. So I put a very thank you out for the fire department in Nicktaw for doing it.
Thank you. District 3 is my district. Things have been quiet, particularly in the rural part of District 3. As I mentioned last time, one of the main concerns in District 3 is the Arlington C&D site. A lot of people have questions and concerns about it. So I can report that Councillor Redden and I did meet with the representatives of the municipal group of companies, which are now the owners of the site, 100% owners. We had a good meeting with them. They had their in-house counsel and the person in charge of the C&D sites around the province, and the person in the organization that deals with environmental matters. We had about a 2-hour meeting. I've reported to members of the community, and the next step is Councillor Redden and I will meet with members of the community to see if there's further information that we can gather from the Department of Environment. We're not out to, we're not predisposed to any particular outcome. We're just doing our due diligence to determine what's been going on there over the past number of years and what's going to happen in the future. Since it is a concern to the larger community, it's I think something that we should do. So that's where we are at the moment on that. Councillor Bartow.
Yeah, I continue to receive many calls and emails regarding the major issues of the day, the Gordonstoun School, the Basin View, internet installation progress, and other issues. The major one lately seems to be drawing most attention is Basin View, which has of late had the most comments to me. I'm serving on the new CAO recruitment committee, which is going well. The COVID vaccinations seem to be rolling out slowly, but indications are positive that more age groups are being offered the vaccine beyond the frontline workers at this time, which is a good thing. I encourage all to book their appointments as soon as possible when it is offered to your age group. We are going through trying times with all the activities in the county and being complicated by the pandemic. I wish the Annapolis County residents well as we move forward through this.
Thank you. Councillor Longmire?
So on behalf of District 5, again, we've been fairly quiet. I am grateful to see sitting behind me here some citizens from our county. It's exciting to finally see us opening up more, and it's going to bring great opportunity all around our communities. I've received as well many correspondences, challenged many questions and concerns with regards to Basin View and Gordonstone over the past week. I received a special delivery, which I wanted to bring today. There was a church in Ontario, and it is from a group of ladies who, from the Holy Trinity Church in Thornhill, had created these beautiful handmade prayer shawls to provide one to each of the families of those who were lost on the Chief William Salas. So just wanted to bring those and show that. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Morrison?
Thank you. I would like to congratulate Ginny Prue of District 6, who was chosen as the Annapolis County Volunteer of the Year to be recognized at the provincial ceremony. Ginny is a long-time active community member, especially in the gardening area. And if you have something you think is exotic or is not exotic, you take it to her and she'll explain it to you. She's done a lot of work in Kejimkujik Park and continues to be active in the gardening communities. The sale of the former Cornwallis Museum has been finalized. The owner is a local entrepreneur artist known as Trip, with 2 P's. He and I have discussed his proposed use of the building and his ideas for a multi-opportunity arts, crafts, public gathering place, cafe, outdoor deck, etc. And he is to be commended for purchasing this building, and we look forward to the opening date. As some of my colleagues have said, there's been extensive public interest in Basin View Centre. The general theme, I think, being that it must continue. And fundraising suggestions include a massive campaign with local and national businesses, or a giant 50-50 draw, or chase the ace. 2021 is the International Year of the Sunflower, and the general manager of the Cornwallis Community Gardens Association is making plans for the active involvement of wide and deep folks interested in this Year of the Sunflower. The ancestors of my wife, Elizabeth McMichael, arrived in Canada from County Antrim in the very early 1800s. Every year, about this time, she begins to talk about an Irish saint, and March 17th. Being of Scottish descent myself, I've been mystified by it all. However, in turn, I tell her of Andrew Hamilton Galt of Montreal, a veteran of the Boer War, who in August, September of 1914 came to Ottawa, met the Minister of Militia and Defense, as it was then called, and presented $100,000 and proceeded to raise the last privately raised regiment in the British Empire. He secured the permission of the then Governor General, the Duke of Connaught, to name the regiment after his daughter, after the Governor General's daughter. And thus, Princess Patricia's Canadian Light Infantry came into being. And tomorrow is Princess Patricia's birthday. If you are engaged tomorrow in some type of other celebration, pause for a moment to remember and commemorate the achievements in war and peace of this famous Canadian Infantry Regiment that celebrates its annual birthday on the 17th of March. I may mention also, for those who might not know, that one of our council colleagues has a son who is a Patricia and who has been engaged in various theaters of activity, both here and abroad. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
I forgot. Tomorrow is Poke in the Arm Day for me. I promise to be very brave and try not to cry. Thank you.
I think that just discloses a little bit about your age. Councillor Hudson?
Yes, I guess things in District 7 have been fairly quiet, but I will mention a few things. Firstly, I just want to mention that I recently had a meeting with several of the year-round residents at the White Lakes. I guess for everyone's information, there are 10 to 12 year-round houses out there. Very nice houses, if I could say that. And that the owners of these properties, they're not completely happy with the garbage service that they're receiving. At the present time, they have to drive several kilometers to a site to get rid of the garbage. They understand that they can't get door-to-door collection as perhaps we all do, simply the fact that they live on a private road, and garbage trucks would not enter that road. I guess to summarize, they're not angry, but they feel that some things could be done to improve the service, and that's all we're looking at, is for us to look in or investigate what improvements may be possible. There may not be any. Secondly, I just want to mention that I have had some brief discussions with Steve McGuinness about making the results of the county water test public. I guess Steve has indicated to me that he understands the public's interest in seeing these results, and that if we were to proceed in making them public, they should be done for all the utilities in the county, right? Not just one. Again, if we were to proceed, information would have to be prepared so that the public could properly interpret the results. And but anyway, speaking of Bridgetown, as an example, the residents of Bridgetown would like to receive information on the uranium content in the water. This has been an issue in the past where the levels have exceeded the health limits that are set out. I would also like to go on and recognize the Bridgetown and Area Community Fund. and the funding that they provide to groups and organizations within the county. They are a volunteer group, and they operate under the umbrella of the Community Foundation of Nova Scotia. The funding covers the area basically serviced by the Bridgetown District Fire Department. Okay. Very recently, they made donations to 3 halls: the hall in Dalhousie, the hall in Inglewood, and the hall in Paradise. And just to finish by saying, you know, that funding from groups like this makes it possible for these halls to continue to survive and provide a benefit for their community. And I guess, you know, these donations are very important to these halls due to the difficult time that they've had during COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Warden Gunn?
Thank you. District 8 report, March 16, 2020. This month, or 2021, this month I received several calls or letters in support of the Basin View Center. A number questioning how we can afford to keep supporting it financially. While I thank everyone for their input, we are in a position of problem solving towards the best solution right now. So I ask for your patience as we work through all the possibilities and details and determine what we can afford. I would encourage the spectators to watch the county video session from February 24th, as there is a lot of information available there. I also received a few calls and emails questioning whether the new internet build would supply service down Route 8 and into Perrott through Clementsville. I continue to be contacted about the progress bringing potable water to Bear River, and questioning as whether the sidewalks will be attended in the near future. There was an issue with sewage in Bear River that was resolved, and of course the issue of garbage pickup being delayed to weather. The fine folks at the Oakdene Center in Bear River are organizing to replace their windows and are preparing to apply for funding to do so. The executive of the Southwest Nova Biosphere met and are progressing with the Science Atlas 2, which will house very valuable information about the ecology and natural phenomena in the area that make Southwest Nova a special place. You already know that Southwest Nova is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and the group is preparing to hire staff to help on the momentum that is underway. Stay tuned for more progress on that. On behalf of the county, I was privileged to recognize the 34 and 44 years of volunteer service by Barry Snow and Alan Reed at the Bear River Volunteer Fire Department. It was an excellent evening of celebration for the community, following all the COVID protocols, by the way, and a wonderful way to recognize the fine work done by the fire department. I would also like to congratulate Jenny Prue on her nomination of Volunteer of the Year. Well deserved. Also, on behalf of the county, I attended the Valley Regional Enterprise Network meeting and was happy to get an idea of what the Valley Rent is about. I have sent meeting minutes to council and the CAO summarizing this event, including reports of the participating municipalities. Thank you.
Councillor Sheridan?
I've had the pleasure of sitting on the CAO selection committee, and we've been very busy the past few weeks with many meetings and interviews. I thoroughly enjoyed the learning experience and would like to thank the acting CAO and other members for their time they spent on this important process. I also have received many calls this past month regarding garbage, unsightly premises, and most recently, the concerns of residents regarding Basin View. Residents are very concerned that their taxes will go up if we continue to operate the facility. I have directed them to our county email address, which is basinview@annapoliscounty.ca, to voice their opinions and look forward for council to hear their concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Redden?
Yeah, thank you. I had the privilege to finally get to a meeting of the Lawrencetown Village Commission this month, and it was very pleasant and very informative. They're a very active organization, and they seem to be making a lot of headway around protecting the Lawrencetown watershed. As as a village, they take on a number of these things themselves that in other areas the county does. Excuse me. They're also very interested in how we're going to go about doing public meetings, because they have a number of public meetings themselves to take care of. The other thing I have, of course it's gone when you read from a computer, the Clean Annapolis River Project is organizing a beach, they're organizing several beach cleanups, but one of them is this Thursday. And there are details on their website because I can't read them now. But also, I realize that's not in my district necessarily, but the Annapolis River is pretty special, and they're a pretty big organization. They've been around for a long time, and they'd be great if we had lots of volunteers. That's it.
Thank you. Councilor LeBlanc?
Thank you. Well, it's tax exemption time, so I've made different calls, and I've also done some visits to different people in our county, in my district, and helped them in preparing their forms to go on and get the exemption of their taxes. The one thing that has delayed because of COVID is the Three Rivers Community Center chair yoga that they have, and it has been delayed because of COVID, but they are looking to start at the end of the month. There is a list of a first group, and there is also a waiting list, so it is something that is very interesting to the public, as you can see. Other than that, this is the March break, and the parents are at home with their young ones trying to do all sorts of different things to keep them entertained. And so therefore, it's been a trying year, and of course COVID doesn't help, but hopefully they're enjoying their time during March break. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you, councillors. The next item on the agenda is business arising from the minutes. And the first one is to set dates for committee meetings. I think Councillor Deputy Warden, you brought this up, I think. Did you not? Would you like to?
Yes, I did.
Would you like to speak to that?
Well, we have a couple of committees that should get meeting. I'd like to set times for them that we could meet in this next month.
I think the issue was the ability to meet while we observe the COVID protocols. I wonder if, sorry?
Sorry, that shouldn't be a problem, seeing as the Forestry Committee is basically 4 people that meet. You know, unless we're inviting to get some information in from the industry or something. That's not really going to happen right off the bat. The Glyphosate Committee should actually meet to set its parameters and what it's looking for. And that doesn't require public getting in on that to start. So, and I understand that if we're going to bring people in for a meeting, that, they have to follow all the protocols and not too many people in the room, 6 feet apart and all the rest of it. I can't imagine why that couldn't be followed for those 2 different committees.
Mr. CAO, I wonder if you could address where we are now with respect to having meetings of committees of council and also meetings of committees of council are open to the public, are they not?
Yes. Yep.
So can you address where we are on this?
Yep. So, Warden, through you to members of council, you would have received an email or information, I forget how long ago, probably 2 or 3 weeks ago, letting you know that our council chambers could be held for some committee meetings. So, as long as the number of people attending, so in your case, Deputy Warden, it sounds like you could use the council chambers to host your meeting. There's a certain number of seats available, and it's properly spaced. So if it's a small group, we can currently use that facility. We are looking at public hearings, for example, planning. Some have been held off for a while, but substantively we want to use the ABCC, the the Annapolis Basin Conference Center back again, and how that would work would be, again, because it's public hearings, we don't need to have this format. It could be a different format where the chair of the committee can sit at a table and the rest of the councils can be, whoever wants to attend can be there in the room. But part of the layout would be that you have a gallery, 6 feet spacing all around, and so all we need, and I spoke to David, our IT manager, all we need really is a speaker microphone system so people can speak for or against whatever it is we're discussing, and then presentations will be made at that time. One of the things we are going to explore for not only for this room but for the Annapolis Basin Conference Center is a fairly large flat screen TV, and for that, you know, just to allow for presentations and what have you, because we need that. The funding will come from the I guess I forget what it's called.
Safe Start?
Safe Start program, and we have funding for that, and that's the purpose of it. So we will look at getting that kind of technology. It'll be on wheels, so we can move it on wherever we need to move it to. All to say to you is that that previous memo actually allowed, told us how we can conduct meetings with smaller, with a smaller team, and for the larger ones, certainly. See, this wouldn't be very useful for us here because the tables would be in the way. As you saw my big artistic drawing, all of these tables are going to move closer this way, so Councillor LeBlanc is going to be angled this way, and we'll keep our 6 feet, more than 6 feet, and everything will kind of narrow in a bit so that we can have maybe a couple more chairs and a few more people joining us in the gallery. So if there are meetings that require all of council and the committees and people want to attend, those, they can come into that format as well. Warden, I don't know if I've sort of covered it, but I don't know if one of the staff has the previous memo that was sent in terms of what was allowed, what we had allowed.
I don't have it.
Yeah. So we can recirculate that to council. I don't have it top of my head. But.
So for the purposes of the public that are watching this, we can now proceed with public hearings, for example, in the planning process using the Annapolis Basin Conference Center. Is that where we are?
So we'll have to give proper notice, and those things will have to come to council, and there is a process for how public hearings are held and so on. Hopefully between now and then we'll have the technology in place. We know we've got the microphone system. David said we've got enough microphones and whatnot. It's just some of the technology when you're doing presentations. Just making sure that we've got proper technology for people to be able to present, and that sort of thing. And so, David, correct me if I'm wrong in terms of technology. I think we have what we need for the ABCC.
Yes, we have the sound system and the microphones for that. They have a projector that will project on their wall at whatever venue we need. If we go into the same venue that we had, we can project on the back wall. If we go to the Neil place for much larger amounts of people, we had meetings there before and they projected on the wall, so we're good.
And there are certain meetings of committees of council in which all councillors attend, such as the Planning Advisory Committee and the Audit Committee, and we're going to be able to proceed with those types of meetings now, will we?
Yep, you have this is where you would meet, because this is how it's structured, and Warden, through you to council, there'll be some limitation if there was right now we know we can handle 11 people here when we pull the tables in. We're not sure exactly how it'll work if we can actually have a second row of seats behind. I think we can. On paper it works well. In practice we'll make sure that we've actually can have double rows of seats behind the councils, and with all of the 6 feet distancing.
So if members of the public want to attend any of the committee meetings, what's the process for them to do that?
Warden, through you to council, they will have to register, and again, our desire, we can't have people saying, I'm registering for 5 people. That's just not going to work, because we would ask that each individual contact our clerk and say they want to be present. Because if somebody goes and says, I'm blocking, I'd like to have 10 people attend, these are their names, it just doesn't work, because there are people who are interested. So those who are should contact the clerk, and we'll register them. Once we reach the maximum number, that's all we can do. Not that we want to do it, we're required to do it, it's by law. And anybody attending, coming in here should have a mask, and that's the law that's required, because we could be shut down. And so I just wanted to make that clear to the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions about our new process, Councillor Connell?
The only issue I would have is that if we have meetings that the public is invited to, Holden and Cornwallis Park is the farthest away from the east end of our county as you can get. And not everybody has the ability of getting that far. We got to keep in mind that if the meeting we're having includes people in the east end, we should be concentrating on another facility to entertain a meeting for them, because it's not fair for the residents of Annapolis County to have to travel to the far west as you can go in our county to go to a public hearing. That's not fair.
I don't know, I've kind of just informally asked around if there's a bigger location in the east end. If there's, for example, I think planning matters are supposed to be in the area in which the planning is taking place. And so I've informally asked around. I haven't really got clear answers as to whether there might be some place at COGS or there might be some place at the Community College in Middleton. But I hear you, and I'm sure that the CAO will investigate that if in fact it's something like a planning matter that should be in the area that the event's taking place. Any other comments with respect to what we're trying to do here? So this isn't a motion to be passed, this is a discussion to essentially advise the public as to where we are and what we're doing with respect to getting the public back to our meetings. So, Councillor Redden?
Yeah, when these requirements get a little more formalized, we get them posted to our website.
That would be, I think that would be useful for everybody, and we will. We have a in-house committee that actually works on these things, so we'll do that after we've had some consultations.
Deputy Warden?
Thank you. These committees that I would like to meet, thus far don't have a chair. So who will organize the meeting?
I would think the chair of each committee.
But we don't have a chair.
No. Just go as a group.
I'm sorry. Councillor LeBlanc, what were you saying?
Being there's no chair, okay, I'll let Wanda speak.
Ms. Atwell, yes?
These types of meetings that the deputy warden is speaking about,
Yes.
he can go through me if he wants to hold a meeting. We can start a date. Either the clerk or myself will attend the very first meeting of that committee. We will chair that committee while you nominate or elect your chair and vice chair, and after that the meeting is turned over to you, and the chair will keep the notes on that meeting and give them to me after the meeting.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you very much for that, to everybody for going through this and doing our best to get the public back into our deliberations, because that's what should happen. There's no new business. Next, we'll go to reports and recommendations, and first we'll start with recommendations from the Committee of the Whole. Deputy Warden?
Yes, sir. Nova Scotia Nunavut Command RCL 17th Annual Veteran Service Recognition. In accordance with the recommendation of the Committee of the Whole, I move that Municipal Council continue support for the Nova Scotia Nunavut Command RCL 17th Annual Veteran Service Recognition Book by purchasing a 1/10 page business card size ad at the cost of $210, including HST.
Councillor Morrison seconds. Is there discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried.
The Bridgetown Regional Outdoor Sports Hub, BROSH, to require documents for renting. I move, in accordance with the recommendation of the Committee of the Whole, that Municipal Council require that all groups renting the facility must provide proof of insurance and name the municipality of the County of Annapolis as an additional insured and fill out the respective forms already established, i.e. schools, minor soccer association, Valley United, Annapolis County Athletics, and others.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor LeBlanc. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried.
Bridgetown Regional Outdoor Sports Hub. Facility hours. Charge for rentals with lights. Pursuant to the recommendation of Committee of the Whole, I move that Municipal Council set the facility hours of operation as open to the public from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. unless there are rentals in the evening up to and including 10 p.m. Rentals with lights beyond 8 p.m. will be charged at $65 per hour plus tax.
Is there a second for that? Councillor Longmire. Discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried.
Bridgetown Regional Outdoor Sports Hub. Walk informal play fee. I move, pursuant to the recommendation of the Committee of the Whole, that Municipal Council endorse that people walking or engaging in informal play not be charged a fee, as it serves to encourage health and wellness in the region.
Is there a second for that? Councillor Sheridan. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried.
Bridgetown Regional Outdoor Sports Hub. School practices and game fees. In accordance with the recommendation of the Committee of the Whole, I move that Municipal Council approve that council practices and games be free of charge. However, scheduling is required and will be limited to certain hours.
Is there a second for that motion? Councillor LeBlanc. Discussion? Councillor LeBlanc.
I'm totally on board with this free of charge. The only problem will be somewhere in here, and I've read them through. We need to deal with the cleanup, so free of charge, and you do the cleanup. I don't know if it needs to have a separate motion, but I think we're going to have to deal with somehow making them knowledgeable of the fact that it's free. However, you don't leave cleanup or stuff behind for our costs to clean it up. So that's something I'd like to have looked into.
Okay. Did you, the CAO's made a note of that.
Perfect.
I see Ms. Ryan isn't here today. Eh? Oh. Thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried.
7, Bridgetown Regional Outdoor Sports Hub, Youth Track Practice Fee 2021. Pursuant to the recommendation of Committee of the Whole, I move that Municipal Council approve that youth track practice be free in COVID times, and that a flat rate be recommended for the future.
Is there a second? Councillor LeBlanc. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried.
Bridgetown Regional Outdoor Sports Hub, artificial soccer field rates 2021. I move, pursuant to the recommendation of the Committee of the Whole, that Municipal Council approve the artificial soccer field rental rates to be $50 per hour plus HST and $65 per hour plus HST with lights, and they be subject to change in 2022-23.
Second for that? Councillor Hudson. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried.
Minor youth soccer rates 2021 was skipped.
That's what, yeah. Which one was it?
Soccer.
Minor youth soccer rates 2021.
Number 6.
Number 6, yes. Could you read number 6, Deputy Warden?
Didn't we do that one?
No.
Huh.
Sorry.
We read out youth track practice, we didn't.
Sorry, it's number 6 we have to do again?
It's the minor.
Is it number 7 then?
No, number 6.
Minor youth soccer rates.
Okay. Bridgetown Regional Outdoor Sports Hub, minor youth soccer rates 2021. I move in accordance with the recommendation of the Committee of the Whole that Municipal Council approve that minor youth soccer rates for Annapolis County teams be free for the 2021 season. This will be COVID times, and a flat rate will be recommended in the future.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor LeBlanc. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you, Carolyn.
Bridgetown Regional Outdoor Sports Hub, artificial track rental. In accordance with the recommendation of the Committee of the Whole, I move that Municipal Council approve the artificial track rental rate to be set at $50 an hour plus HST, special events or commercial.
Is there a second for that? Councillor Sheridan. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried.
Bridgetown Regional Outdoor Sports Hub tournament rates. I move in accordance with the recommendation of the Committee of the Whole that Municipal Council approve tournament rates to be set at $400 plus HST for youth 2-day tournament and $700 plus HST for adult 2-day tournament. Day rates are half of that.
Second? Councillor Prout. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion is carried.
Bridgetown Regional Outdoor Sports Hub 2-day track meet rate. Pursuant to the recommendation of the Committee of the Whole, I move Municipal Council approves a 2-day track meet rate to be set at $200 plus HST. Day rates are half that.
Second? Councillor Longmire. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion is carried.
Bridgetown Regional Outdoor Sports Hub tennis court fee. I move, pursuant to the recommendation of the Committee of the Whole, that Municipal Council not charge a rental fee for the tennis courts.
Second, Councillor Barteau. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion is carried.
Meet with Bridgetown Regional Outdoor Sports Hub stakeholders. In accordance with the recommendation of the Committee of the Whole, I move that Municipal Council authorize the CAO to meet with stakeholders and user groups to clarify service level expectations, conditions of facility and field use, user group expectations, and future allocation, priority processes, code of conduct, safety consideration, future rental rates and categories that will lead to an overall report to Committee of the Whole in November. This report will further explore the potential of special events, fees and charges and service levels in non-COVID times.
Is there a second for that? Councillor Bartow? Discussion? Councillor Connell?
Is that where you would discuss the cleanup of the facility with the stakeholders that are planning on using it?
Mr. CAO,
Yeah,
yes.
Warden, through to council, the cleanup is immediate. The cleanup is immediate for those that we're allowing where there's no charge. The expectation is that the community will pick up after themselves. I think that was the intent that I heard. But the rest is for ongoing. So once we hope COVID is lifted in November, and we're just this year is to look at the go forward for the future. Yeah.
Any further questions or comments with respect to this motion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion is carried.
Bridgetown Regional Outdoor Sports Hub electronic sign. I move in accordance with the recommendation of the Committee of the Whole that Municipal Council authorize the establishment of an electronic sign to be placed on the Sports Hub property, to be located on the north side of the property known as Memorial Park, and for the county to be responsible for the ongoing electrical cost, which is estimated at $2,000 per year. And further, that this matter be included for discussion in the 2021-2022 operating budget, and that a report be brought back to Committee of the Whole in May with more information.
Is there a second for that? Councillor Connell. Discussion?
Oh.
Sorry?
Sorry. So this $2,000 a year, if this electric bill comes out less than that, say it comes in at $1,000 a year, does that mean that extra $1,000 is allocated to the Sports Hub?
The way I read this is that this is for electrical costs estimated at $2,000 per year, so it's for the electrical costs only, I would think.
Yeah, for the sign is
For the
what
sign.
that was for. Yeah. So if the sign, small potatoes, folks, but if the sign comes out and this is an estimate of $2,000 a year, I can't imagine an LED sign be costing $2,000 a year to operate. Can't imagine. That's as much as a small house. Some people have small houses. So my question is, if it comes in less than that, is that still $2,000 out of our budget going to the Sports Hub?
CAO.
Yeah, Warden, through to council, we often budget not knowing all of the parameters when we get there. This is an example of one where you're budgeting and you're estimating. The intent is that if it comes less, to speak to your point, so if we put in 2,000, it comes out at 500, while the 1,500 stays in that account. It can't be spent for anything else. I don't know if that's the question you're asking, because at the end of the year, when we look at our budget, there are some things that we're going to go over. Let's say we had a bad winter and our snow budget gets blown out to pieces. You would hope that there was other areas in our budget where there was savings and it'll offset. So while we budget certain figures for certain projects and services, if we come under, it stays in the account.
It just stays in.
Deputy Warden, you have a follow-up question?
Yeah, and the follow-up. So, thank you. So if we only use $500 of that and there's $1,500 in there, that means the next year we don't necessarily put another $2,000 in.
That's correct. If that's the experience, then we know for the following year that, that we were off by $1,500. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hudson?
Yeah. My understanding of this would be simply that the light bill for this light will be in the county's name, and the county will basically just receive this bill and pay it, whatever it is. I know there is a budget, but the bills that the county may receive over the year, they could be less, they could be more than the 2,000. The 2,000 is just a budget figure, but how it'll actually work, how Holly will handle it, it'll just be a bill that she will pay.
The motion does read that the county will be responsible for the electrical costs.
Yeah, yeah.
Did you have a question? I have a point I wanted to make. I read this motion carefully, and what it does is it authorizes the establishment of the sign. Now, at the Committee of the Whole meeting, there was a large discussion about the sign itself, and whether there was going to be advertising on the sign, whether it was going to, how big it might be, and all that kind of thing. And I got the sense that Council still wanted to be able to determine some of those parameters of this sign. At the same time, we were told that the community is raising money for the sign. Maybe some $15,000, if I remember correctly, has already been raised. So it's appropriate, I think, in this motion that we authorize the establishment of the electronic sign so that the fundraising can continue. However, I would like to ask if anyone is prepared to bring an amendment to the motion, just to add the words at the end, that where it says that a report be brought back to the Committee of the Whole in May with more information, that we add the words before the form of the sign is approved. Otherwise, I don't really see why we're bringing it back for more information. So the idea is we authorize, the motion authorizes the sign, fundraising can continue because they know there's going to be a sign there. We don't know exactly what it's going to cost at the moment. It's going to come back to the Committee of the Whole in May with more information, but the form of the sign still has to be approved. For example, is there going to be advertising, is there not? So would anybody be prepared to let me just finish, see if somebody's prepared to. You want to speak before I ask if anybody's prepared to do that? Yep, go ahead.
Yep. Warden, the Committee of the Whole Council asked us for a number of things. You asked us for you wanted to see a plan.
Yeah.
You wanted to see exactly where the sign was. You wanted us to consult with the neighbors across the street and with the school. And I forget, there was 3 or 4 things. So that report that's coming to you is to cover all of those. So I just wanted to make sure that I captured that correctly.
Well, that's, I think, consistent with what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Is that you know, that by passing the motion as it's currently drafted, it's authorizing the establishment of the sign. And I'm thinking about the people raising the money. You know, I want them to know that there will be a sign, but I want to make sure that the form of the sign, which is just my wording, or the particulars of the sign, if it might be wider, have to be approved later on. Councillor Barteau?
I just wanted to make sure we added in there that we wanted to get approval of the neighbors, including the chimney swifts, because of the intensity of light. It might cause a problem that way.
Right. Chimney swifts.
Well, the only reason I'm asking for this amendment to the motion is just to clarify that that sign isn't going to be put up until we approve where it's going to go and we get this report, because the wording right now says we authorize the sign and we're going to get more information. So I just want to make sure that we know that when this nothing's going to happen until we get this report back.
So it's pending on the report?
I'm sorry?
It's pending on the report?
Pending on the report, yes.
So maybe we could just add that word in.
Sure.
Can I make
Councillor Prout?
Oh, thank you. I'm thinking back to the committee of the whole. Am I correct? I seem to recall we were going to, didn't we say we were going to ask the people on the committee in the town to come to the committee of the whole in May to give us further information on their progress and what
That's
they're...
the next one.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, okay. Focusing on this one, thank you. That maybe that will be where the controls that you're speaking of, Mr. Warden, come in.
Councillor Sheridan?
I'd make the motion to amend.
Okay, thank you. So the wording I had on the motion is just to add the words at the end, before the form of the sign is approved.
That's good.
So is there a seconder for that amendment? Councillor Longmire, discussion on the amendment. Seeing none, I'll call for a vote on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Is there further discussion on the main motion as amended? Councillor Connell?
I think it also was, we were going to look at if the sign can be shut off at a certain hour, put back on at a certain hour, so that it's not on.
Yeah, that's right. And
So all of that is coming back.
CAO says that's all going to come back in this report. Any further comments? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those are in favor of the motion as amended, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Next.
Invite Bridgetown Regional Outdoor Sports Hub Community Advisory Committee. Pursuant to the recommendation of the Committee of the Whole, I move that Municipal Council extend an invitation to the Bridgetown Regional Outdoor Sport Hub Advisory Committee to attend at the Committee of the Whole to give a presentation on the sign at a time deemed to be appropriate with COVID regulation.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Prout. Discussion? Councillor Redden.
Should we maybe not have them come present to us at the same time our report comes to us? Keep it all tidy and together.
Mr. CAO, what do you think of that?
Oh, sounds like a good idea to me.
Sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, I think we could do it. We could try and coincide that, make sure that we don't jump ahead of them.
So do you want to actually amend the motion that where it says attend at a committee of the whole, at the committee of the whole in May?
That was my original intention. I was just curious after I said it whether it was necessary, but I can certainly...
Well, do you want to just leave it then? Is that what you're saying? But it's up to you.
Yeah, I don't want to, because if we amend this and then the report doesn't come through, then we're kind of boxed ourselves into a corner. So I'd say that was my initial thought, but I don't think it's necessary.
Okay, it's up to you. That's fine. Further discussion on the motion?
Was the amendment withdrawn?
Pardon me?
Do we need to withdraw the amendment?
It was never moved.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried.
Bridgetown Community Recreation Association, 2020-2021 funding. No, sorry.
Sorry, Carolyn. Councillor Hudson.
Two things, if I may. I'd like to go back to the sports hub and perhaps make another motion there. Should the council receive some report in respect to the other lighting that exists on that field?
The other what?
The other lighting, not just for the sign, but there's all the field lighting. Is the county going to be responsible for that? Or is it user-based or what? I would think that it's going to be a county responsibility, but I don't know that for a fact.
What a great point.
And I would like to receive a report on that.
Well, perhaps Mr. McGinnis can answer that. Mr. McGinnis, can you answer?
Field lights are separate meter that's in the name of the county. Parking lights, because it's part of the school parking area, is part of the school electric bill. We're responsible for the field.
So we're responsible for the lights on the field, but the parking is the school?
Yes, correct.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Hudson?
Yes.
Okay.
Like previously we set a budget of 2,000 for this sign, right?
The 2,000's for the sign.
But the lighting for the fields could be substantially more than that.
But that's our expense, as I understand it, whatever it might be.
But in the rentals too.
Yeah, there could be the rental in sometimes, yeah. Okay, where are we? The
Bridgetown Community Recreation Association.
Oh, sorry, Deputy Warden, sorry to interrupt you again.
A conflict. I'm the treasurer for
okay.
the organization.
Your mask.
Mask.
Get your mask.
I've been forgetting mine every time I go.
So for the record, Councillor Hudson is declaring a conflict with respect to this matter, and he's leaving the room. Deputy Warden.
Okay, Bridgetown Community Recreation Association 2020-2021 funding. I move, pursuant to the recommendation of the Committee of the Whole, that Municipal Council release funding in the amount of $8,659 to Bridgetown Community Recreation Association to assist with the overall Bridgetown Community Recreation Association operations for the recreation facilities, arena and pool from 2020 to 2021 fiscal year as already approved and budgeted.
Is there a second for that? Councillor Longmire. Discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. So we'll wait for Councillor Hudson to reappear.
The CAO advertised for membership on Annapolis County Accessibility Advisory Committee. In accordance with the recommendation of the Committee of the Whole, I move that Municipal Council authorize the CAO to advertise for members for the Annapolis County Accessibility Advisory Committee.
Thank you. It's seconded by Councillor LeBlanc. Discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion is carried.
CAO create budget for Annapolis County Municipal Accessibility Plan for 2021-22. I move, in accordance with the recommendation of the Committee of the Whole, that Municipal Council authorize the CAO to create a draft budget for the development of a municipal accessibility plan for deliberations during the 2021-22 operating budget.
Second, Councillor Sheridan. Discussion? Seeing none, call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried.
CAO Development Action Plan and Timeline for April 2022 deadline. Pursuant to the recommendation of the Committee of the Whole, I move that Municipal Council request the CAO to develop an action plan and timelines to achieve the April 2022 deadline for approval by Municipal Council.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Bartow. Discussion, Councillor Morrison.
I don't understand the subject of the motion.
Yeah, I was going to make a similar comment. My belief is that it refers to the municipal accessibility plan.
Yes, it does.
So what I did is I put in after the word timelines, develop an action plan and timelines for a municipal accessibility plan. Is that the intent of the motion? I see the clerk is agreeing with me. Councillor Morrison, does that help you out? That's what I thought we might do.
Your wording goes in the body of the motion.
Yes, and
Yes,
the word,
right.
after the word timelines,
Right.
to add the words for a municipal accessibility plan. And Councillor Morrison, I see he's agreeing with me. So
Makes sense.
I have that, and the other suggestion I had, it says that the CAO is to develop the action plan to achieve the April 22 deadline. And I thought perhaps he should, there should be a time for him to report to the Committee of the Whole, rather than we're passing a motion for him to develop the action plan and timelines. Or should we put in a date for him to respond so that it comes back up on our agenda automatically as opposed to off into Never Never Land?
For May?
So I was suggesting that at the end of the motion, just say, and to report to Committee of the Whole by, and I'll ask to see June, maybe? See, Mr. CAO?
Yes.
Would that be?
Yes, June.
I missed that one, I have to confess. Okay. So if I can be so bold as to suggest some wording and see if someone would move it. So after the word timelines, we add the words for a municipal accessibility plan. And then at the end of the motion, we put the words, and to report to Committee of the Whole, and to report to June Committee of the Whole.
I'll do that.
Councillor Morrison will make that amendment, and Councillor LeBlanc seconds that amendment. Are there any further comments with respect to those amendments, or that amendment? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion is carried. Now we need to vote. Are there any further discussion on the main motion? If not, I'll call for a vote on the motion as amended.
Could you read that motion so that it's clear to the public?
I'll read the motion again. Pursuant to the recommendation of Committee of the Whole, I move that Municipal Council request the CAO to develop an action plan and timelines for a municipal accessibility plan to achieve the April 2022 deadline for approval by Municipal Council, and to report to Committee of the Whole by June, and to report to the June Committee of the Whole meeting. So all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried.
West Dalhousie Community Hall request funding reallocation. I move pursuant to the recommendation of Committee of the Whole that the Municipal Council authorize the West Dalhousie Community Hall Association to reallocate a portion of their grant funding received from the 2021, I'm sure it should be 2022 fiscal year, to help support their continued kitchen upgrades.
Second for that motion? Councillor Redden. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried.
AM-1.5.1, Authority and Responsibilities of the CAO Policy Repeal. In accordance with the 7-day notice having been given, I move that Municipal Council repeal AM-1.5.1, Authority and Responsibilities of the CAO.
Of the CAO policy. Second for the motion? Councillor Hudson. Discussion? Councillor Deputy Warden.
Thank you. Does this change around the policy, whether I want to bring it up or not, the policy as to the CAO fund? and change that. We were always told by our former CAO that there was a special CAO fund that they could hire people out of or spend how he saw fit. So I'm not quite sure if that's still going to be happening later on, or does this policy change take that away?
All I can say is there is a CAO policy, which I don't have in front of me, and what this motion does is it repeals whatever's in that policy. I have no idea, sitting here, if the fund that you're talking about
So it just repeals the whole policy?
Is in the policy.
Okay. That's good. Thank you.
Yeah, I wouldn't think that, I personally don't know anything about this fund.
I don't know.
Neither does the CAO, so maybe that helps. Councillor Morrison?
I must admit, I've never heard of a CAO fund, but I do know that the CAO has certain authority with regard to hiring, but
Correct.
I haven't seen in the budget a CAO fund.
No,
Right.
I've never seen, if I may,
Deputy
I've
Warden.
never seen that either in the budget, but I've never seen a lot of things in the budget and the, audited financial statement. That's known. But it was always, and those councillors that were here before must remember our former CAO talking about, like, you really can't call it a fund, but he had a certain amount of money that he had access to, hence why we hired a young gentleman a few years ago to help Albert out. And then our last one was Larry Powell, right? That the CAO hired them. Through the CAO's office, he hired them out of, and he always said it was out of the pot of money that the CAO had. And we didn't get to vote on those.
But I don't think this fund, whatever it is, if it exists or if it doesn't, it's not in the policy, and all this motion is doing is repealing the policy.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Yeah. Councillor Connell?
That would refer to his budget line of salary or wages. In all the budget lines, you'll see wages for that budget line for recreation, CAO, all the parts of our council or our county. The CAOs was 300 and some thousand, I think, last budget. And I've been told many, many times over the years that when council doesn't want the ability of being able to just go out and hire somebody, you got to make sure the money's not in that budget. Because once that budget's passed, that gives the CAO the authority to have that much money to him to take and spend and hire people at his will. So at budget time, that's one of the things I really will be pushing, that we watch what's in the budget for wages. Because once we pass it, that gives their direction that they can hire extra people, they can spend it where they want to because it's in the CAO's budget. Than it was last year. I think it was 300 and some thousand in the budget last year for the CAO's wages. And his wages wasn't 300,000. So it gave him the accessibility to have funding to hire the reporter and stuff like that. So.
Mr. CAO?
Warden, through you to council. I can come back to council, and unless our director of finance can tell me otherwise, that there was a separate CAO fund.
There was a CAO budget, and in that salary and wages line includes the CAO clerk and Wanda. Yeah, I think it's just those three included in that 3 other cuts.
But just for clarity, just so that we remove any doubt that there was a CAO fund, I will come back to council with a report on that.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
So the motion on the floor, just to remind everybody, is simply to repeal the CAO policy. And I think we've established that the budget for the CAO office is not part of the policy. Any further discussion? Councilor LeBlanc?
And I was going to say exactly what you said, and to the fact that we will be using the MGA policy for CAO.
Right.
So,
The
make
M-
it clear.
Right. The Municipal Government Act has very detailed sections with respect to the role of the CAO, and that will, and our current policy echoes that to a large degree in any event. Any other comments? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion is carried. Next.
AM-1.4.12, tax exemption policy amend, deletions. I move in accordance with the 7-day notice having been given that the municipal council amend AM-1.4.12 tax exemption and reduction policy by deleting the exemptions for 4 properties which are no longer owned by the organizations to which the exemption was granted.
Second. Councilor Sheridan. Discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried.
AM-1.
Oh, sorry. I believe Councilor Connell is going to declare a conflict.
Yes.
Oh.
The reason why is because he's involved with this. Does he have to state it?
That I'm the chair of that.
Thanks.
AM-1.4.12 tax exemption policy amend addition. Pursuant to 7-day notice having been given, I move that the municipal council amend AM-1.4.12 tax exemption and reduction policy by adding the following exemption in District 2. Mount Handley and District Schoolhouse Museum Society, 2130 Mount Handley Road, Mount Handley. Land and building AAN 098128881, and I think this is the PID 8136551449RR001.
Thank you. Is there a second for that? Councilor LeBlanc. Discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The motion's carried.
(2021-2022) sewer charge. I move pursuant to the recommendation of the Committee of the Whole that Municipal Council set a 2021-22 sewage charge of $564.69.
Is there a second for that? Councilor Redden? Discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion is carried.
South Street water line improvement. In accordance with the recommendations of the Committee of the Whole, I move that Municipal Council approve that $210,000 for the South Street water line improvement be carried forward into the 2021-22 capital program, and further, that the funding be allocated from the Bridgetown Water Utility Reserve.
Is there a second for that? No second. Councilor Hudson, would you like to second that? Councilor Hudson seconds. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried.
Street light installation, Stronach Mountain Road, Highway 1 intersection. I move, in accordance with the recommendation of the Committee of the Whole, that Municipal Council approve the installation of one 54-watt LED light fixture on the first exiting wooden utility pole along the westerly side of Stronach Mountain Road, where it intersects with Highway 1 as per their proposal number 21U-054, dated February 18, 2021, for the price of $1,673 plus HST, to be funded from the Street Light Reserve.
Second, Councillor Prout. Discussion? Seeing none, call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion is carried. Now, before we read, the next is Basin View Center repairs. And I sent all the councillors a memo this week as to how I'd like to handle this. And for the benefit of the public, we the councillors received further information with respect to this issue just yesterday, mostly with respect to the insurance situation on the building. And we also received a memo from the CAO. So what I intend to do is have the motion as recommended by Committee of the Whole put on the floor and seconded, and then open it up for debate. Whatever people want to say, as long as they want to say it. And then before I call the vote, I will ask whether or not it's the will of council to vote on it today, or because of the late receipt of the information, they would like to vote on it at a special meeting in a few weeks or at the next Committee of the Whole meeting. If that motion passes, then the motion on the floor will be postponed till then. If it doesn't pass, then we'll vote on the recommendation from the Committee of the Whole. If that doesn't pass, then I'll go through each one individually, because the motion from the recommendation from the Committee of the Whole has three components. And some people may want to approve some and not others. So if we vote for what's on the floor from the Committee of the Whole, it's all three, then that's the end of it. But if not, I will go through and see if there are some parts of the three that Council does want to approve. So if that's all right with everybody, then I'll ask the Deputy Warden to put the motion on the floor.
Basin View Center repairs. Pursuant to the recommendation of the Committee of the Whole, I move that Municipal Council take immediate steps to make repairs to the Basin View Center, namely the wall repair, budgeted at $315,042.50, including HST. The geotechnical work at $27,025, including HST. And the harness work of $58,529.25, including HST. All three expenditures for next year's capital budget, 2021-22.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Morrison seconds it. I do note that at some point, as we go through this, that the CAO has indicated that the $27,000 for the geotechnical work is now $39,000. So at some point we'll have to deal with that. So I'll open the floor for discussion on the motion. Councillor Morrison.
Thank you. I would like to move an amendment in line 3 to replace the figures 27,025 with approximately $39,000.
Is there a seconder to that motion? Councillor Redden seconds. Discussion on the amendment. Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Now discussion on the main motion. Councillor Connell.
I got a couple issues. I can't vote for it the way it is presented to us. For one thing, the geo drilling probably should take place in a report brought back to council in case there's more funding needed at that point to fix the foundation. I've never seen anyone in my life fix a house and not the foundation first. It just doesn't seem logical. Secondly, yesterday I spoke to Department of Labor on the roof anchors, and Department of Labor inspector from the western end of Nova Scotia, we had quite a discussion. For one thing, he said if the county has got a letter previously from a Department of Labor inspector, we should find out who it is, and we should question the fact is that if he says it's mandatory, because it's not mandatory, and I never thought it was. His discussion with me was the same thing as what I discussed last week, was that there's all kinds of devices and apparatuses that industry has to do safe things on buildings. Not every building will put anchors on the roof. I told him, explained to him which building it was, so I wanted to make sure, because an individual said it may be because we're a municipal building. It isn't. According to the inspector from Department of Labor, it is 100% regulated by who owns the building. It does not have to have them. When they come on site, they'll be looking for what the contractor is using for an anchor. Most contractors have portable ones that they screw in when they need them, take them out when they leave. They put cages up around some articles if the building has a flat roof and there's a chance of falling over the edge. His remarks is that it'll deal with how we put out our contracts. If we put a contract out for a repair of a air conditioning unit on a roof, then we just put in the contract that the contractor is responsible for all safety controls. Long term, I definitely would see where it would be at an advantage, and talking again with the Department of Labor, his opinion was the same, is that long term, if we own this building for the next 20 years, and we knew that probably over the next 20 years we were going to put out some contracts to do some repairs on this roof, our contracts would come in less if we've got all the safety issues in place for them to use. Because it's going to cost a little bit for a contractor to go over the process of using safety stuff. At this time, I can't vote for that until I see how we're going to move on with the building. I'm not saying I wouldn't support it, but at this point, I wouldn't. I don't think it's necessary to spend, what was it, close to $60,000 to finish that system out. Like I said, I can't support it at this time. It would be something that I would like to see come back when we decide how we're proceeding.
Thank you. If you don't mind, I'm going to, because I'm going to follow up a bit on what Councillor Connell has just said, and there's a few questions and comments I have about this, but I went through, I read all of the reports prior to this meeting and the other one, and this idea about the harness points comes from the JS Held report from March 2020, so it was a year ago on this report. And I don't know the answer as to whether it's mandatory from the Department of Labor. I don't know the answer to that. But it certainly is a safety feature. There's no question about that. So I'm just going to read to you the portion of the report that talks about these harness points so that people get an idea of what it's all about. It's under the heading Safety. It says, a major issue that was noted and observed during the assessment of the roof and all of the electrical and mechanical systems located on the roof, that there was no roof fall protection and harness points installed. The roof has a slight slope. This is to allow for drainage, one would assume. If any maintenance staff were on the roof and the conditions were wet or windy, there is no place for the staff member to secure their harness while working. Also observed and noted during this assessment that one of the building's roof units is very close to the edge of the roof. Any person trying to perform maintenance on this unit would be carrying out a dangerous operation. The recommendation is that roof fall protection and harness points be installed immediately. So that was the report from March of last year. Now, the budgeted amount was $75,000 for these harness points. I signed a check last week for $16,000 because they did install some protection around some part of the HVAC system on the top of the roof. And that's why the amount in this memo is $58,000, because we spent 16 already of the 75. So I'm just telling you that for information purposes at this point. Next, I'll go to Councillor Sheridan.
So just in regards to not having enough information, going back to the letter from the insurance company regarding the roof. I wasn't aware of this until I read this just recently, that there's visible signs of roof leaks, and in order to prevent further water infiltration related damage, it recommended that a qualified roofing contractor perform a full inspection and require repairs in order to meet the insurance needs. I wasn't aware of that, and is there a budget amount for this, or has it been? I have no idea how much it's going to cost. This is all this new stuff coming to light.
Right.
So I'm interested in knowing how much more this is going to cost.
Mr. McGinnis, can you tell us if there's been an inspection of the roof?
We're arranging with a qualified contractor what they do is called a cut test. And they cut out the small squares in the roof in various locations, analyze the condition of the roof and the layers that it's in, and then provide us with a report. So we're in the process of contacting the qualified contractor, because they have to have those qualifications, to send us the report. I am estimating that kind of cost would be about $2,500, and I intended to do more than $2,500, and I intended to charge that just for the maintenance at this time until we receive the report. I expect the call. I can't remember my last email. I think he was to call me this week to arrange that.
So you're saying that we've retained somebody to check on the roof?
That's the requirement of the insurance company. They've asked us to provide that report, and then we'll move on to the next step depending on what the report says.
And according to this letter, you said you'd have the report by March 31st?
Well, what the letter is they've pointed out a number of deficiencies, and they wanted what our action plan was by the 31st. Not that everything had to be actionable, just what are we intending to do. We sent a response to the insurance company 3 weeks ago. There was a number of items. There was missing tiles. There was sprinkler heads that had to be raised. I think this item on the roof is the last item that has to be action.
Okay. Is there anything else, Councilor Sheridan? Sorry.
So in that regard, there are other things listed here that had to be done as well, and I'm assuming that all the money that it takes to fix, like the tiles, the sprinkler, or whatever else is in this report, is coming from the maintenance from Basin View? Is that in the budget or is that above budget?
Mr. McGinnis?
That's correct. Those are regular maintenance items. So those items have been charged to the building maintenance.
So they're allocated to maintenance for Basin View.
So in light of, I agree with the warden, in light of all new information that we haven't been able to absorb, I would like to, the motion that I would like to put on the floor is to go ahead with the geotechnical work, because that's priority, I understand that. But I cannot support the rest, what's in the motion, until I get that back, because there's going to be some other new information come forth as well. I don't want to hold up the process, but I'd be willing to support the geotechnical work. However, I'm not willing to support the whole motion.
Okay. Councillor Longmire?
Thank you. I would have to agree with Councillor Sheridan. And as well, I really feel, although I'm able to read much of the information around the engineering report and recommendations, I still feel awkward trying to interpret it. It's not my natural space. So I'm even wondering, about a potential future special meeting on just this, and perhaps a presentation made by an engineer who can help to explain this in more detail. I think there are too many questions that can come out of this original report, and we don't know what we're going to be getting into. As Councillor Sheridan mentioned, going ahead with the geo piece is one part of it, that could also reveal so much more. So, and I'm confused over the inspections and how regularly they were being done, and what the information was coming out of those on a yearly basis. And when did we start seeing all of this come to light to such an urgent place?
Speaking of the timing, we learned yesterday that we have now till May 31st to respond to the, well, I won't say to respond to the insurance company. We have insurance until May 31st, and the insurance company will want to have the answers to the questions in this letter that we've seen yesterday before deciding whether they will extend the insurance past May 31st. Other comments? Councillor Morrison, you've had your hand up.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Councillor Connell for his work. But I'm not sure that that's a process each one of us should follow. I know others here have contacts with various people in the provincial government, and I wouldn't have thought it was my place to go to them to try to get an answer to something we're considering outside of the process we've been using. And I think that, bearing in mind his information, which is very useful, I would be very happy to see a letter from the Department of Labor setting out exactly what Councillor Connell said his contact said. And I'm not sure whether you would like in the future to make any statement about bilateral relationships and inquisitory sessions with provincial officials, because we've been told a lot of times that much like an insurance company, the province will not give an opinion until you do something. That's my first point. Second point, and at our last meeting, some councillors mentioned it, and again at this meeting, that we ought not to do anything until we have all the information. Some of us have questions we would like answered before we discuss substantively. But I'm not sure how we ever get to the stage where we have all the information. And it seems every time we begin to consider something, someone says, I'd like to know this. And I think that's entirely valid and reasonable. We have a situation where our insurance expires, as the warden just told us, at the end of May. And I'm concerned about that. And that the insurance company won't tell us what it is we need to do in order to be insurable. But we have to tell the insurance company what we're going to do and then let the insurance company decide. And if we keep putting off discussions, we're going to be at a point where we will be telling the insurance company the second last day of May what it is we're going to do and asking for a reply in 24 hours, and I'm not sure if that's reasonable. Another aspect is safety. We now have enough studies and enough qualifications in the studies and places where I know the people, I surmise that the people writing the report laid out a sentence, took a deep breath and said, however. And I'm concerned that we are continuing, I feel we are continuing to ignore the words about safety. And I'm very apprehensive about something happening to somebody in that building. And then the inquiry would come to us and say, did you have safety concerns in that area? Did anybody tell you there was a safety concern? If so, when did you know it and what did you do about it? I'm perfectly happy to wait for another day to discuss this, as long as there's a reasonable chance that someday we are going to discuss it. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? Councillor Prout.
Thank you. A week ago, we put this forward, and I was very pleased to think that we were going to take steps in order to get the information that we need. And I'm still of that mind that I'm concerned that if we put this off much further, if any point in the future, we're putting ourselves up against a deadline. We do need this information. I agree that the geotechnical part of it is of the utmost importance, along with the repairs and indeed the safety issue. I would have difficulty, I mean, I'll support it as it is because I think now the deadline is May 31st, and that's a great thing. I was concerned that it might not be that far in the future, and so that's a bonus. But my concern is if we delay it for any length of time, we'll run out of time. We say, well, we would have done this had we known. Well, now we know this. So my concern is putting it off too far in the future. Perhaps even putting it off at all. That's just my thought. Thank you.
Councillor Sheridan, I'll come back to you. If you don't mind, I'm going to take a turn myself here. Mr. McGuinness, through you, Mr. CAO, if that's what I should be doing. The wall, we're talking about this wall. I've seen it referred to as the east wall or the northeast wall, or I just want to make sure we're talking about the same wall. It's the wall with the big round window in it?
Correct.
And is that the east wall?
It is the east wall.
So I was reading, if I can find it, one of the reports. Now I've got all these papers. Maybe I should have found it first before I asked the question. Here it is. This is in the attachment that we just got yesterday. It was your letter to Sherry Spencer, and the CAO had attached the JS held report of February 1, 2021, just last month. And at the last page, it goes through the options. This is the one about closing in the pool and making the basketball courts and stuff. So he finishes that. And then he says, on the east exterior wall, there are facade problems that must be addressed. Here too we have no eaves trough and downspout, causing the facade and foundations distress. The cost to perform these repairs are quite possibly going to start at $700,000. So how do I square that with the 315?
I had a discussion with the CAO yesterday about that. I asked for clarification, and I spoke with JSL yesterday, and I agree that that paragraph is not true. I did get a breakdown of that cost from JSL, and what that includes is the overall discussions of that document. One was the pool repair, one was the east wall repair, and one was the cladding to solve the drainage issues. So, and these are very high-level numbers, so they're quite liberal. So what we have is, I think the original report to council was about $129,000, I think, for the pool repair. We've added in HST, all these numbers are with HST in. So it's 160 for pool repairs, 315 for the east wall, 165 for the cladding on the east, west, and north walls of the entire facility when they're addressing drainage.
I see.
And if I may add, in terms of the 315, that's an upset charge, because what they haven't seen, and because they haven't taken that next step, is to determine what the deterioration may be between the mechanical connections from the columns, which are true and straight, and the wall that is under question, that northeast wall. So that's one of the items that would hopefully provide clarity as to the size of that undertaking, 315. But that's a max. It's got engineering included, it's got HST included, and there's a significant contingency included in there. Once we do some non-destructive testing, as it's called, to open up the wall, have a look at those connections, that estimate can improve, but right now we haven't seen all that information yet.
Thank you. So just to go back to my question, the way I should read that paragraph is that the $700,000 doesn't apply just to the east wall. It applies to other things as well. Well, thank you for clarifying that for me. It kind of scared me when I read it, I have to confess. Councillor Sheridan, you had another comment?
So my issue involves the insurance, because even though we do all this repair for over $400,000, we're still not sure if they're going to cover us. So this is where the issue starts with me. That's why I'd like to have it broke down until I don't want to hold anything up, but if we could have that motion broke down, we could still move on, we could give this some more thought. Because what we're looking at, and in the report, they're stating that even if they do this core drilling, this geotechnical work, there's still no guarantee. They don't recommend for us to fix the pool because there's no guarantee that the pool is even going to be able to be used again. So we're going by the report stating that I think it's impossible to fix the pool regarding this report, because they're stating that even though we do all the work, and there's still no guarantee that that pool will be able to sustain the water in the pool. They're not going to guarantee this work. So we have a big problem here. Like, people are expecting us to put the pool back in, to have it back up and running. We have these consultants telling us that they don't recommend that. There's so much to think about. I don't want to hold things up. I'd like to be able to break that motion down, move on, and maybe we could have some special meetings in between to discuss further. This is taxpayers' money, and there's a trickle-down effect to taxpayers that we haven't even taken into consideration. Some more risks there for low-income people. If we raise their taxes, their assessments are already going up. Some of them can barely stay in their homes now. So I have issues with spending taxpayers' money without careful thought. So I feel that that motion should be broke down and move forward from there.
Okay, as I indicated at the beginning, the motion will be broken down if it goes a certain way. If we vote on it today and the first motion, the recommendation doesn't pass, then we will be going through them individually. I have another question for Mr. McGinnis, if I could. The holes, the geotechnical boring holes, are they under the east wall? Or are they under the pool? I picture the pool kind of more on the north wall.
Yeah.
So where are these holes being?
There may be one additional hole, that's by the price change, I believe on the east wall, 3 on the north wall, in front, on the face of the water, 3 interior drillings.
Inside?
So you say there's 1 on the east wall and 3 on the north wall?
Correct.
So the 1 on the east wall, that's to help us figure out what's going on with the east wall, right? And the 3 on the north wall, are they to help us figure out what's going on with the pool?
I think in terms of the foundation in general, in terms of the existing ground that lies beneath the pool, and the interior ones are to determine what's happening in the pool. But I'm not a geotechnical expert. They could probably provide more descriptive as to what they hope to find within those 7 boreholes now.
Okay, thank you for that.
So
Councillor,
one would be in the pool.
Councillor Hudson?
Yes, just to a further question to what the warden just asked. Will that geotech in these boreholes, will those tell us anything about the creep? Is it increasing, or is it stable, or?
In May, geotechnical is a tricky business. It's really, you're taking a very refined snapshot of a very big area and trying to come to some conclusions. So it's difficult.
Okay.
Councillor LeBlanc, you had a comment?
I have a question and a couple comments.
Sure.
First question was, one of the holes will be inside the pool, correct?
My understanding actually will be on the deck.
Okay.
In the what?
On the deck.
On the deck.
Of the north.
Of the pool, inside?
Inside.
Okay.
Okay, so that was where I want to know where that hole is. I see a couple things, and I see we want to move forward, but I also see safety, and I also see insurance. I said that from the beginning, because we had a problem. We have a couple more months, however, a couple months is not a whole bunch of time. But I do see that we seem to be sitting on the fact that we need to specifically do the geotech to find out what's going on underground that might be able to help us to move forward. So the other thing is, when I look at the motion, it appears that the harness part of it, according to what we heard this morning, should be something our CAO might be able to contact, or Mr. McGinnis, the labor board, and give us a writing, a write-up of whatever it is. It shouldn't take that specifically long. So if we took that part of it out, the harness part, and asked for a letter to be written to give us a written answer specifically to the complex. And then I think we all agree on the geotech. I might be wrong. And that way, maybe we could meet, we could have at least going forward, and maybe we can have a special council meeting or something, or by Zoom, just to specifically deal with this issue. Because I think no matter what happens, we have to open that wall. No matter what.
The east wall that you're talking about, yeah.
It doesn't really matter that we continue on or not. We need to open that wall to see what's going on, because it's a safety thing. It's not something that they're just going to write about. So to me, no matter what happens, now maybe just opening that wall, because we're going into the, might mean less than $315,000, because we're talking about 350 all in, or not, maybe?
315 is an upside. I think that as I read the report, and
Yeah.
you know, there's a number of stages here, and as they go through each stage, they'll decide whether they have to go to the next stage. That's the way I read it. Yeah.
Exactly. So I think if we break down this motion, at least we'll get 1 and 2 things accomplished and waiting for an answer from maybe the Labor Board. And then the third thing, which is the 315,000, which just seems to be a large number. However, no matter how we look at this, it needs to be opened up, so, because it is our property. It is our safety issue. It is in our hands. So unless we know what's going on, we can't decide anything else. So no matter how you want to break down this motion, the responsibility of the safety of anybody going into that building is still ours. And I believe the recommendations that we have seen from, if I may quote, he can answer me, from the CAO, is that I think he sees the concern there as well. And that's my comments.
Thank you. Deputy Warden?
Thank you. Could I make an amendment to that motion?
I'd like to have discussion.
By creating
and then I'd like
new
to
motion.
I'd like to have discussion, and then I would like to determine if council wants to have a vote on this today or not, and then if they do, I don't know what your amendment is, but that was my plan.
Okay, well,
Is that okay? What's next? Councillor Redden.
Yeah, I've got a few things here. I really empathize with Councillor Morrison and his perspective, but it's really hard to draw the line on digging into details versus knowing when to stop and make a decision, especially the geotechnical stuff here. I definitely have an inclination to find out because I want to know. It is part of one of my former areas of expertise, and I am incredibly curious about it. So I have to really gauge myself to not just charge ahead and drive into the geotechnical stuff. I also want to thank Councillor Connell for laying out a lot of the background information around fall arrest. That's exactly what I understand from my previous time taking fall arrest courses and things like that. One thing I really want to emphasize about liability with fall arrest, as with job site safety in general, is there are components that are explicitly the responsibility of the person doing the work, and there's stuff that is the responsibility of the employer. And it's one of the few things they do lay out very clearly when you take these courses as to what is whose responsibility. It's also about risk assessment. But Councillor Connell really gave a very nice overview. When it comes to the geotechnical report, as I just said, I have a lot of questions about details. These engineering reports in general, I have no basis for making assessments on the engineering. But as technical reports, I wasn't really happy with the way they were written. They seem to leave out lots of things. They mentioned a bunch of ground penetrating radar that we had done, but then they didn't come back and make any assessments of that ground penetrating radar. And I've talked with Steve about that, and he's given me some answers. But if we go ahead with the geotechnical, I would like to see the report be a little more comprehensive and a little more, a little better job of explaining what things mean when they lay stuff out. I'd also like to have a presentation by that engineering firm, by the engineers from the engineering firm, and I think those two go really hand in hand. I would like to know what they plan on determining. The initial engineering firm has subcontracted to a geotechnical firm, and they've given them objective. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the only thing the geotechnical firm is looking at is the objective they were given. They will take into consideration a multitude of things, I'm sure. I'd also like to know what the plans are for the holes when we're done. Are they simply being filled full of concrete? Are there provisions for additional monitoring downstream, or provisions for inserting instruments for things like monitoring creep in the future? Should they determine the building is mostly stable now? These are things that we have problems in the future, say 5 years down the road. It could save a lot of work and also add to a lot of expediency as to determining what's going on. Should we determine to fix the building, that if in 5 years we have a problem, it'll help a lot with assessing whether we have that problem. And I don't think those would be big costs. I don't know what the initial RFP was for these people, or how all that's been handled, but those are my questions around the geotechnical stuff. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Councillor Bartow.
I agree with a lot of what I'm hearing around the room, and I don't want to try to duplicate too much, but just touching on a few things. In my experience from my background, I agree that unless the regulations have changed in the last few years, or that I'm not aware of, the roof harness system is something that was not a requirement. What has already been done for the guardrails that were put on around the equipment that were in close proximity to the roof edge, I believe that has been done, and those are things that are required. I think that the harness system is a question of, fall protection is the requirement. The roof harness system is, if that's, is it required, or is it just a desirable thing to have? I think that's the question. I don't think it's necessary at this point. I think we had so many things on this facility to look at that we need to know what everything adds up to, instead of doing a few things here, doing a few things there, and it just keeps, speaking of building creep, that's budget creep, it just keeps on going. I campaigned on the fact that, I wouldn't be voting on anything positively unless I had all the information, and I don't feel like I have all the information. I think there's more to be done. We have a little bit of time left to respond to the insurance. Everybody agrees that safety is paramount, but the reports themselves said that east wall is not a safety hazard at this point. But there's something happening there, and we have to address it. I think we need to open that up and have a look at it and address the problem and see what's causing that. If it's not the building structure that they say is true and plumb, maybe it's an issue that when everything was put together, I'm just guessing, don't quote me on it, but that large window has a lot of weight in it. It could be it's dragging on the structure that was infill in between the structural columns. So there's a lot of things that you don't know, or you won't know until you actually open it up and have a look and see what's actually happening. The rest of it's just guesswork. I don't like operating on guesswork. So that touched on the roof harness and the wall repair. The geotechnical reports, if we have some problems there, if on the report it says that the structure's true and plumb and sound, and then we have the east wall problem, and if it's only related to bowing out of that east wall, I'm not sure how that affects the rest of the building. It started with the pool leak, and the undermining of the pool was due to the plumbing leaks and erosion underneath. And that kind of evolved into other aspects. Now, we should know what's happening there, and it's been there for a long time, the building, and is anything moving or isn't it? They talk about building creep, but nobody actually pointed to me the evidence of that, other than that east wall bowing, and that's just related only to the east wall. My concerns is are we going down a rabbit hole that's not necessary? we need to have all the facts and figures before we proceed with anything. Just has some items thrown at us related to possible insurance things, and there's so many go-forward things on that building, and this $315,000 for the wall doesn't address getting the pool back in operation, and that's a major concern of the constituents, is to have that pool back, because the usership of the Fundy Y has dropped substantially just because of the large pool not being in use. So there's a lot of factors. I think I don't go into things with tunnel vision. I try to look at things from the big picture. I think we need more of a master plan on this whole facility as to what problems there are, instead of picking away at this, picking away at that, tunneling a little money there that maybe that wasn't required after all, but we've already spent it. So the building stability, I think in the reports it said the main structure was true and sound and plumb, and I didn't hear anything saying that there was any safety hazard with the structure itself. That east wall, there was problem, but right now it's cosmetic to a point, but there's a little separation, and is it the wind is dragging that section of the infill framing away from the main structure? If it's that, it's an easier fix. So I'd like to see that explored as to find out the problem, why that is there. And I don't think it's a new problem. I think that crack is separated. It just didn't happen recently. It's been so. Let's just check my notes here. I guess we're looking at maintaining the facility for the use, and prime concern is the why, and sub part of that concern is the pool. You know, we have to, if we're going to have the pool, we have to have a building that's safe to put it in, to house it. We need to look at overall picture instead of the narrow view. If we can determine, and I'm not sure how quickly we can do that, it shouldn't take too long to be able to get somebody in there to explore that wall, that east wall. Maybe that will resolve some of our issues fairly quickly as to what that is and how the budgets can change on that. As Mr. McGinnis said, that's a maximum that they anticipate for that wall. It could be a fraction of that if it's not a building structure thing, if it's just an assembly thing. So I think that we need to look at this whole thing. I'm not in favor of moving forward and voting on any of this right now. I'm not saying that I won't, and I'm not saying that some of this isn't required. I'm just saying that we need more information before we put that to a vote on any of those issues. I guess if there's some soils conditions that the building was constructed on till that was not compacted properly, that wasn't undisturbed soil when they put the footings in, that's causing some settlement, there may be some concerns. But I don't think the building's going to fall down because of it, but it's going to cause some of the cracks and separations. So I think we need to explore, maybe get the geotechnical done, get into that wall on the east wall, and as far as the roof fall protection goes, if it's not a requirement, I think we could just write it up into our repair policy. So whoever's on that roof has to use restraints, but it doesn't have to be on a permanently mounted system around the perimeter of the roof at this point, until we find out what's going to happen with this building. Is it going to continue in its current function? Is the county going to continue owning it? A lot of questions. That's all I have.
I think I'm looking at my watch and it's 12:15, and I don't want people to feel cut off. It's an important debate, so if it's all right with the council, we'll have our lunch break for an hour. We'll come back at 1:15. We'll continue the discussion if anybody has anything to say, and then, as I said, we'll go through the voting procedure as I've suggested. We'll decide if we want to decide today or put it off. And I will say that if the vote is to give us a little more time and I'll then determine whether we want to do it at a special meeting or the next committee of the whole, because I agree with Councillor Morrison and Mr. Prout, Councillor Prout, that we need to make this decision soon. We can't leave it till, near the end of May. We have to do it sooner. So that having been said, we'll have a break until 1:15 and come back and keep talking about it. Okay, welcome back. Before we resume the debate with respect to the Basin View repairs, I just want to point out that before we adjourn, we're going to get fix some meetings, budget meetings, 3 days of budget meetings. We're going to it'll be a Zoom meeting to approve our new CAO after hopefully we have a contract negotiated. And if in fact, depending on what happens in this discussion, if we have to fix a special meeting for Basin View, we can do that at that time as well. So, that having been said, we're back onto the Basin View repairs issue. Someone else like to speak? Councillor Connell?
Yes, I'd like to thank Brad for his input in the conversation, because a lot of times as a councillor we have our expertise or our knowledge that we bring to the table, and I encourage every councillor to be able to do that, because to make solid decisions it's nice to have as much info as we can get. So I definitely know very, very little about geo, other than I know that it could be geocache, it could be a whole bunch of geo stuff. But I do encourage any councillor to step outside the box and to bring info to this council, because to me it's an important process of us doing our job. And I don't disagree. It's nice to try to get things in writing, but I can tell you from my experience as a person working in the construction world for 30-odd years, no matter if you're dealing with Department of Labor, Environment, whoever you deal with, a lot of times they will not put it in writing. They'll tell you, here's the regulations, I'll come on site, and if you're not doing it correct, I'll fine you. So don't be surprised that the suggestion of getting something from Department of Labor in writing might not come true, because that's likely what they're going to say. Here's the regulations, and if we visit your site and something's wrong, we will let you know. But they definitely try to help a bit. I know Environment's the same way. I know DOT's the same way. They won't tell you what type of whose gravel to put on your driveway, but if it doesn't suit them when they get there, guess what? You're putting more gravel on top. You know, that's the way it works. But I do encourage, and I really thank Brad, because it brings to light that I agree 100% with him, is that if we have further geo work done, and like I said before, my knowledge of geo work is very slim, it would be very, very helpful if a representation could be done from the group that does it, to come in and try to explain it to our levels of what they found. It doesn't always, it's not always captured in a letter or a report on exactly to understand it all. So I encourage that if we go forth and we do geo work, that hopefully the company that does it will come in and explain their report.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? Councillor Longmire?
Thank you. So I'm wondering, I'm curious, I guess, about the communication with the existing store owners inside the facility, and how we're communicating with them at this time. Because May 30th, 31st will come very quickly, and I would assume, these are public meetings, so they're going to learn that, we have been in much discussion over all of this, and I would be afraid as a business owner there, the impact it would have on me and how I would be planning to relocate if, in the event that something doesn't come, we don't move forward on the fix or whatever. And as well, I'm sure that the issues that exist in that building, it's all tangled up. If this is, for us to move forward in order to fix a pool, if that's our outcome, if that's one of the greater outcomes, the history there, we need more history on that engineering because, I remember back 10 or so years ago, I believe there was a report put together about the issues around that pool. And so it's not just about the building. It was how the pool was engineered and placed in that parcel of ground. I'm not an engineer, and I can't read the geotech stuff. And that's the reason why back in the beginning of the discussion, it's so important that we have someone of that expertise, come and do that, presentation. I can read it for language, I can't, interpret it. But I do know that there's a long-standing history with that pool, and I know that there were contractors who came out to make an assessment on it, and they didn't see it reasonable. There were greater issues with the building. They didn't trust putting personnel inside to fix, and they wouldn't stand behind the work because it was just a Band-Aid, and that was just language that was all discussed 10 and 12 years ago. So there's greater issues with the pool.
Councillor Hudson?
Yes, I agree with most of the comments that have made around the room with respect to the Basin View Center, but I guess I don't want to lose the fact that our insurance company has asked us for information. So I think it's important for us to pass some resolution, whether it be this one or an amended motion or whatever, to tell our insurance company that we are doing something, and I think maybe this was partly the intent of this, was to communicate with our insurance company, that we are going to do something, right? So that's my only comment.
Councillor Morrison?
Thank you. I'm going to be voting for this resolution in its entirety. I have a responsibility to the citizens of the whole of Annapolis County. And that responsibility includes being very conscious of the safety of citizens. And I believe, reading the various documents and listening to folks, that the steps recommended need to be carried out as soon as possible in the interests of safety. Further, with regard to time, I agree with the thrust of Councillor Hudson's comment and those of others that we need always to be very conscious of the date on which our insurance expires. Thank you.
Councillor Redden?
Just over lunch there, it kind of inadvertently came to my attention that our employees are occasionally on our roof, in large part because of the aged state of some of the equipment that's on the roof. And as I said before, there's obligations with workplace safety. Some are the employees' obligations and some are the employers. And the employer's obligation really comes down to you must provide an environment where an employee can works safely, and then it's the employee's obligation to work within that framework. And I hadn't considered, I'm frankly kind of surprised that our employees are up there, because the large buildings I've dealt with, that's not a normal thing. So it really changes my perspective on the fall arrest aspect, and that we have a definite obligation there for our employees, not so much our contractors, but our employees are important.
Thank you. Councillor Sheridan?
So if we go ahead and complete the work that we're recommending and say we're doing, and the insurance company comes back and says it's not enough, your roof is leaking, you have to do your whole roof, there's other items that have to be fixed, and are they going to offer us an extension on our insurance, or are we going to keep following through, are we going to keep going on, or is it going to be... These are a lot of questions that are unanswered, and there's a lot more money to be put into this facility once we get started. Again, I'm not sure where it's going to end. I don't have all the answers. I think we need more time. There's a lot of information listed in the insurance letter that I think we should look at a little bit closer. So
I could respond on the insurance. My understanding is that our usual insurer indicated at the end of last calendar year that they were no longer going to insure us, period, no matter what we did. Our broker then went out and contacted 4 different insurance companies to see if they would provide coverage. One of them did provide coverage at a higher rate until the end of May. And one of the insurance companies wrote this letter that we've all seen with a number of requests in order that they might continue insurance. Now, we didn't hear from 3 others as to whether they would provide coverage or not. But this one did respond and with these questions and as I understand it, they're waiting to see what, if anything, we're going to do, and then they will take it upon themselves to decide whether they will continue any coverage. So I don't know if it's a matter of sitting down, and I guess at some point it might be the CAO at some point sitting down with the insurance broker, which would then talk to the insurance company to try and see if there could be something worked out at the end if it turns out that it doesn't look very good for us. But that's about all I can say about the status quo of the insurance situation. If there are no other comments, Deputy Warden.
Thank you. I really think that geotechnical work should be done at Cornwallis. Before anything else, above all, that geotechnical work should be done to tell us what kind of shape the underside of that building's in. We can't really make any founded decision beyond that because we don't know what that's going to tell us. Whether we've got big voids under that building, whether it's going to have to be dug up completely, whether that wall can just be repinned again. We don't know until that geotechnical work's done. So I would make an amendment to this motion.
Well, what I'd like to do,
I'll just stay at that then. I believe the geotechnical work should be done to that building, period.
Again, the first thing will be if we want to decide today, and if we do, then there is a motion on the floor, which was a recommendation from Committee of the Whole. If the council wants to do what I'll call all 3 of those repairs, that'll pass, that'll be the end of it. If that doesn't pass, then I'll go through each one of them individually. And if I take what you're saying, is that if we vote on it today, and if to do all 3 fails, you would vote for the geotech probably alone, or something to that degree is where you would be. And I think that's the way it would shake out.
Okay, thank you.
Point of order, sir.
Yeah.
It's, I find it offensive you would stop the deputy warden from attempting to make an amendment twice. I believe it is his prerogative to do so. And I'll leave it at that. We can go into Robert's rules if you want, but I think you are out of order in not letting him do it twice. I understand your procedure, and I like that you've laid out, and I think it is very orderly, but I think it is against the rules that this council is set.
What I told the Deputy Warden is what I wanted to do.
Pardon?
What I told the deputy warden
Yes.
is what I wanted to do. He accepted that. If he wants to put a motion on the floor for an amendment, he can. Okay?
It's fine.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I have a question, and it follows a bit on Councillor Redmond's. You just indicated how you thought the vote would go. Is that an attempt to influence folks one way or the other?
No. I'm trying to explain the process so that the deputy warden would understand that the issue that concerns him would come back on the floor if it went a certain way.
And you said, I think that's the way it's going to go.
No, I didn't.
Okay, thank you.
I didn't indicate no.
Anybody else? Well, the CAO wishes to make some comments.
So, Warden, through you to members of council, it's been a good debate. I've heard all of council and I've heard your concerns, and clearly we as staff were, I guess we got council's permission in the last year or whenever to conduct a number of studies. We've had 4 engineers. There's JS Held, who are doing the building conditions assessment. There's Conquest Engineering, doing the ground penetration radar. Brunswick Engineering Consulting, and CBCL Structural Engineering. So, I'm not an engineer. My staff, we have an engineer on staff, but he's not a structural engineer. He's a civil engineer. Anyway, all to say to you, council, is that when we seek professional guidance and advice, it is so that you take those things into consideration. Can we answer every question? No, because we're not the engineers. And what we can try and do is say this is their best best information they can provide. It is professional and it's qualified information. So, having heard council, I think it would probably be appropriate for us to bring either all of the engineers here to address your questions, because at the end of the day, for us to try and answer these questions and write a report to you, my job and my staff's job is to assess risk for the municipality, including insurability, and I think we've done that as staff. You're clearly not happy with the explanations, and I certainly, Warden, would probably suggest that I would invite all of the engineers, if all 4 of them can come here, or we do it by Zoom, or we do it somehow. But it's as far as staff can take this to this point. I think you're getting professional advice. If you don't want to take it, that's up to you. But you should hear them and give you probably their explanation for some of the things that you're questioning. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Anything else? The next step in this process would be if anybody on council wishes to put forward a motion to postpone the vote to some later time, unless someone else wants to say anything else until I entertain such a motion if somebody wants to make it. Councillor Sheridan?
I'd make a motion to postpone until the engineers come in so we can have all our answers to our questions. I think some of them are very important.
Okay. Is there a seconder to that motion? Councillor Longmire seconds the motion. I will say that if the motion passes, and that's if, I'll then entertain a discussion as to whether you want to do it at a special meeting or whether you want to do it at the next council meeting, just so you know. So discussion on the motion to postpone. Councillor Morrison.
Thank you. I'll be voting against that motion because I have no faith at this moment that we will ever arrive at a state where all of us are satisfied that we have all the information we need to know, even though we don't know what's lacking. Thank you.
Let me go around a bit. Councillor LeBlanc?
I have the same problem, because we have 3 different engineering groups that have decided to give us their recommendations, and our staff has put together, and our CAO has provided us what he feels needs to be recommended, and be vigilant of our assets as well as our people that are in there. So I find it doesn't mean we can't continue to look on other things, but if we don't do anything, what does that mean for us in insurance and everything else? It doesn't stop. We can get the other information. Doesn't matter if our house is not in order and you want insurance, you have to try something. And if you don't do it, then you get no insurance. And then we know, but we have a different obligation here that we have to be concerned with our residents, our workers, people going in and out, visitors, etc. So for that reason, I think we should be moving towards starting the work, and then we can, after we have the answer from the insurance, go from there.
Other comments on the motion to postpone? Councillor Prout.
I'd agree, Councillor LeBlanc, Councillor Morrison. I still feel the thing to do is to move ahead with what we talked about last week. That's my view.
Okay. Did you want to say something else, Councillor
I was
Sheridan?
just going to mention that I had the opportunity to meet with them, with previous council, and it was very interesting. We were allowed to ask all these questions that the other 6 councillors haven't had the opportunity to do. So some have more knowledge than others sitting here. So in that regard, I think it's important that all councillors have the privilege of asking questions that they have. We have inquiries from residents, which they have questions. It's their tax dollars, so it's important for them to be able to ask their questions through us at that point.
Okay. Are there other comments, Councillor Connell?
I'd like to support the motion, but I still feel that the geo work should get underway. I would like to see us get started at something, and it's going to take a bit of time to get those drill and report back from them. So I'm kind of caught between the fence and a hard place there that I'd like to defeat the motion, but I'm not going to vote for the motion that's going to end up on the floor, because I think that some things should wait, but I think that we should, to move forward and give us time to talk to the engineers. I think that we should get the next step, at least the geo work finished, and get their report back and get all the info. Because again, if we wait for the engineers to come give us the info that they got so far, the engineer company that already has said that we got to do more drilling is going to be lack that information. So I'm going to have to probably vote against the motion the way it is.
Okay. I'll come back to you later if someone else wants to speak on the motion to postpone. Deputy Warden.
Thank you. I believe, and I'm going to go right back. I believe the geotech work should be done first. And then if it's feasible, fix the wall. But we got to find out if there's footings there to fix the wall. If when that geotextile work's done, then staff can come back and tell us what they found out. I mean, we believe them. I mean, they've told us we want this other work done, so we should do it. Then we can make a decision on whether we're going to spend more money. So,
how does that play into the motion on the floor to postpone?
So I'm going to be voting against the motion as it stands.
Further comment on the motion to postpone? Okay, I'll ask Councillor Sheridan to close the debate.
I was just wondering if I can make an amendment to the motion to go ahead with the geo work while we're waiting for the engineers to come to talk to us.
On a point of order, that is not a germane amendment.
Okay, then I will withdraw my motion And could I put a new motion on the floor?
Well, we can do it, then we
Who
bring up
seconded the
motion.
motion? Councillor Longmire, do you agree to withdraw the motion?
Sure.
Okay. So is that all right with you, Carolyn? Okay. Thank you. So the motion to postpone is withdrawn. So there is a motion on the floor.
Excuse me.
No motion on the floor.
I must have
Yeah,
missed
go ahead.
something. Councillor Sheridan made a motion.
Yeah.
I understood that motion was withdrawn.
Yes.
So the motion that is on the floor is the motion to postpone.
No, no. No, the motion that she withdrew was the motion to postpone, as I understood it.
I withdraw the motion to postpone, to put a new motion on the floor.
But there is a motion on the floor.
But there is a motion on the floor.
The motion on the
Okay,
floor is the
yes,
recommendation
I
from the-
understand that, I missed it.
Yeah, okay, it's the
So now we're
recommendation-
on the main motion.
As amended,
Yes.
$39,000.
Yes.
So I'm confused now.
The motion on the floor is the recommendation from the Committee of the Whole, and it was amended early on to change the $27,025 to $39,000. Other than that, the motion is the same as was brought to the floor.
Okay,
Okay?
yep.
And we did have general discussion with respect to that motion, and as I said, I'm going to call that motion. If you want to do all three, you'll vote for the motion. If you want to do one or two of the others and not the third, then I'll run through them all one by one. Okay? So unless there are further questions, I'm prepared to call for the amended motion that's on the floor.
Question?
Okay, so the question's been called. So the question, I don't know if I'll read it, but I'll refer you to the,
I can read it if you'd like.
you can,
Read the motion.
well, I'll read it because it's written here right in front of me. Pursuant to the recommendation of Committee of the Whole, I move that Municipal Council take immediate steps to make repairs to the Basin View Center, namely the wall repair budget, $315,042.50, including HST, the geotechnical work at $39,000, including HST, and the harness work at $58,529.25, including HST. All three expenditures for next year's capital budget, 2021-2022. That's the motion. It's been moved and seconded. The question's been called. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay.
Nay.
The nays have it. So now I'm going to go through and call for each one of them individually. And so I would ask if there's anyone in council who would like to make a motion to, and I'll echo the words of the original motion, that Municipal Council take immediate steps to make repairs to the wall, namely the wall repair budget, $315,042.50, including HST. Would anyone like to make that motion?
In the interest of safety, I make...
You make that motion? Is there a seconder to Councillor Morrison's motion? Councillor LeBlanc. Discussion? Councillor Barteau.
The engineers themselves said that there was not a safety factor involved in that wall. So, just reflecting on Councillor Morrison's comment, it was not a safety issue. It was a wall movement issue. I'm not sure how it gets into safety, where they did make that statement in the report that it was, at this time, it was not a problem. There's an issue there, but it wasn't a problem, not an immediate problem.
I'll come back to you, Councillor Morrison. It's your motion. Councillor Hudson.
Yes, I'd just like to make a motion, amendment to that motion, just that we would proceed with that work following receipt of a report on the geotechnical work. I guess what I want to make sure that we, in what I believe is the order of that things should be done, I think that the geotechnical work is the first piece of work that needs to be done, and then the other items will follow. So
I understand what you're saying. I'm just trying to think to myself on the procedure, and I'm a little stuck. I will confess. Anyway, I guess what I'll do is I'll entertain your amendment, and we'll move ahead and see where we get. Is there a seconder to the amendment? Are you seconding it?
I'll second that.
Councilor Redden. So the amendment on the floor is that, as I understand it, and I think perhaps at this stage I'll make sure we're all clear and see what the clerk. Did you get it, or do you want to try it again?
I think I've got it. I don't necessarily understand it because that would have been the next motion, but.
I think what Councillor Hudson is saying is that he wants the geotechnical stuff first, and if the result is positive to the wall, then go ahead with the wall.
What if the geotechnical
But it's
support
just
is
a sec. I think that's what he's getting at, and I'm just trying to think of the right procedure to put that before the council. And I guess if we vote down, he's thinking if we vote down the wall but vote for the geotechnical, then if the geotechnical says to do something to the wall, we've voted the wall down. But I would think the wall could come back after we get the results of the geotechnical.
that's right. Yeah, oh, yes, most of it.
I would think, because there's new information.
I
But
guess I
anyway,
just don't want to proceed.
I'm still trying to deal with the process here, and we have an amendment, which we've seconded, that the geotechnical is, so does that help you out, Madam Clerk, as to what the motion, the amendment is?
What I've captured for the amendment is to add and to proceed with the work following the geotechnical report.
Well, wouldn't it depend on the, I don't know if it's following the geotechnical report, because is it not dependent on the geotechnical report?
Yeah, dependent.
Not dependent, just, I would just like that to follow, really. And it would be dependent too,
Well,
I guess.
there's a difference there.
Oh, well,
There's a difference.
yes, I guess, yes, use the word dependent, yeah.
Okay, so the motion is that you want to amend the motion to proceed with the wall repair dependent upon the results of the geotech.
That's correct.
Dependent.
Huh?
Councillor Morrison?
He wants us to proceed with the wall dependent upon the geotechnical report.
Yes, I believe that's correct.
If the geotechnical report says the wall does not have to be repaired, we say, sorry, we've already decided we're going to repair it.
I was reading into the word dependent, the idea that dependent meant that the report from the geotech was positive.
With all due respect, I'm not a lawyer, but I like the wording you just gave. All it does is it says, depending on the report. I like.
Yeah, okay, well, I thought that was implicit, but I would ask, perhaps we could, with the approval of the seconder and the mover of the amendment, that the wall repair be dependent on a positive result from the geotech? Or maybe positive, is that a good enough word, positive?
Sounds great.
Sure.
Okay. So, on the amendment, Councillor Bartow.
Yeah, it is and isn't on that amendment, but it's to do with the wall repair, right? So, and it's dependent on the geotechnical report. And if the geotechnical report does not show that it's caused a problem, there's still a problem that's created from something. Should we not, at the same time, have exploration into the wall to find out where the problem and anchoring and that window and stuff is, so that consecutively we'll find the information we need, instead of doing a geotechnical report, which was only a drill, borehole, that was added from the previous one to add another one over on the east wall. Last week's meeting said just the 6 holes, not 7. Is that anticipating that there's going to be some settlement found there that could be an issue? And if it's not, there's something causing another wall. Shouldn't we be exploring that at the same time? You know, just open up that wall and see what's happening. You know, so this keeps getting rolling away from its own, right?
That's the point of my report.
Councillor Prout?
I'm just going to say, I believe Deputy Clerk has been trying to get your attention.
I think I might have a solution.
Good, get her face.
The original motion, as you suggested, Mr. Wharton, was it was going to follow the first motion that had the amendment with the words that municipal council take immediate steps to make repairs. And then Councillor Hudson said he wanted to not do that work until after the geotechnical report. So I was suggesting perhaps we remove the words to satisfy what Councillor Hudson wants. Remove the words, take immediate steps to make repairs, and replace those words with proceed with work following depending on a positive result from the geotechnical work. If
Well,
you can't do something immediately.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, and in fact, what you're saying is that the amendment may be contradictory to the main motion.
Yes.
Oh, it is, yes.
Yeah. All right, well, look,
Yes, it is.
we're going to vote on the amendment that's on the floor, but if I could just put my thoughts out loud here. I'm getting the sense, sitting around the table, that everybody wants to do the geotechnical work. So what I think we might do is, if we could deal with the amendment on the floor and then agree to move first to the geotechnical work before we vote on the wall. And if the geotechnical work is approved, then go ahead and vote on whether we want to immediately do the repair on the wall, or whether we want to wait until we get the geotechnical stuff.
We'd have to withdraw the motion.
Yeah, I said, I know we're messing it up, but we're already in a mess, to be honest with you.
Yeah, we have to
Just change the order of...
Yeah, I'm going to change the order of the vote, but,
If the amendment is withdrawn and the motion is withdrawn,
yeah.
then the motion on the floor can start with the geotechnical work motion.
Okay, perfect.
So, do I get the sense, and I'm just a consensus, that what I'm suggesting might be the best way to attack our problem?
Yes,
Yeah.
Withdraw
I'm seeing
that
general agreement.
of course.
So, Councillor Hudson, you moved the amendment. Are you prepared to withdraw that if we go
Yes,
this
I am.
other route?
Yes.
And who seconded that?
Mr. Redden.
Would you withdraw your second?
Suspense is killing me.
Yeah, I know, it's going to improve.
we might end up with an amendment to the amendment.
Thank you.
I will withdraw my seconding of the amendment.
And the motion with respect to the wall alone, who made that motion?
Councilor Morrison, seconded by Councilor LeBlanc.
Okay, Councillor Morrison, will you withdraw the motion if we move next to the geotech?
Yes, of course.
Councillor LeBlanc? Yes?
Excuse me. I will withdraw the motion.
You withdraw the motion, yes?
Yes, I'm not commenting. Any
Fair enough,
I withdraw that.
yeah. So would someone like to put a motion on the floor with respect to the geotechnical work?
I'll read it.
Deputy Warden?
Thank you. Basin Center repairs. Pursuant to the recommendation of the Committee of the Whole, I move that Municipal Council take...
It's actually not recommendation Committee of the Whole, it's just,
No.
you move that, I start with, I move Municipal Council.
Okay, I move Municipal Council take steps to get the geotechnical work done to the Basin View Center at $39,000, including HST.
Thank you. Is there a seconder to that motion? Councillor Longmire seconds it. Discussion. Councillor Connell.
So right now, they're using the kiddie pool or whatever the little pool is there.
The one off to the right-hand side when you're
Off to the
looking at
right-hand
it?
side, would that have to close down what you drill? Okay, yep.
Does it,
Yeah, because they'll turn it into a work site when we do the drilling inside. So the site would have to be closed to.
So it has been closed before because obviously all the drilling had to take place before.
Right.
Yep, well, just want to make sure that.
So how long would that be?
Councillor
How long would that
LeBlanc?
be?
Mr. McGuinness, Councillor LeBlanc would like to know how long that might be.
I can't answer that question right now. I can get the information back to the CAO.
So we're talking the last time when you drilled it out?
But that was a fairly extensive program.
Yeah.
Video cameraing, radar, close for quite a while. In terms of the drilling, once the drill rig gets there, I don't anticipate it would be more than 3 to 5 days.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. McGuinness, I think you clarified this before, but there's 4 holes.
4 holes outside, 3 holes inside.
3 holes inside.
Correct.
Councillor LeBlanc did mention there were going to be some on the deck of the pool.
That's correct.
And so there's 3 on the deck of the pool.
Correct.
And are they around 3 different sides of the pool?
I haven't got a layout yet, but he's just stated in terms of getting a quote to me, that's where they're going to be drilling. In our previous discussions with them, it's been on the north side of the pool because it's adjacent to the mountain.
3 on the north side, on the outside.
4 on the outside, on the north side, 1 on the east, 3 on the inside, on the north side of the pool because it's adjacent to the foundation.
And the one on the east side will tell us something about that wall.
We hope so.
Any other questions on the drilling? If not, I'll call for the vote. I think you've just heard the Deputy Warden read the motion. It's to proceed with the geotechnical work of $39,000. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Now, Councillor Morrison, would you like to make a motion with respect to the wall?
I move that municipal council take immediate steps to make repairs to the Basin View Center, namely the wall repair with a budget of $315,042.50, including HST.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Prout. Discussion? Councillor Morrison.
Thank you. I would like to repeat my stand that I am acting in the interests of the safety of the human beings who use that building. Thank you. Oh, sorry. And I might also reply, if I may, to my colleague who said that there was nothing to say that it was unsafe. I'd like to quote from the report. However, the deformation of the exterior wall cladding is indicative of possible secondary structure framing and/or connection restraint deficiencies. It is imperative to determine the causes. Thank you.
Further comment with respect to proceeding with the repair to the wall? Deputy Warden?
Could we make an amendment to that motion? Based that this expense would be based on a favorable report from the geotechnical work?
Is there a seconder for that amendment? Councillor Hudson seconds it.
Would you repeat it, please?
I beg your pardon?
I'd like the amendment repeated, please.
Would you repeat the amendment, please, Deputy Warden?
Quite sure how I put that in there. That the steps be taken, immediate steps, not immediate steps. Take out immediate, and that these steps be taken upon a favorable geotechnical report.
And Councillor Hudson seconded that motion?
Yeah.
Discussion on the amendment. Councillor Morrison.
Could I have an explanation of what the digging of the holes is expected to bring? What knowledge does that give us?
Can Mr. McGinnis respond to that?
It'll give us a better idea of what the soils are, the consistencies of the soils underneath the pool structure and outside of the pool structure around the foundations.
So we will receive a report on the consistencies of the soil. There must be something else in the report.
Mr. Morrison, or sorry, Mr. McGinnis?
I anticipate it would be reviewing the scope of work proposed. They would make comment as to the adequacy of the soils and the construction methods that were undertaken in terms of how they would affect the foundation and whether they were adequate or had been adequate.
Thank you.
Further questions on the amendment to the motion? Councilor LeBlanc.
The amendment is to go after the wall, after our geotech. So, we're talking about soil, we're talking about foundation, but it does not change how the wall is currently. So even, we could have to wait for how many weeks for this geotech, and we could be doing exploratory work on that wall so that things kind of come to more of a closeness on what we're going to do and what we see. But we're going to wait 3 weeks for a report back, or 6
Would you like to
weeks?
ask Mr. McGinnis how long he thinks it would take to get the report?
I hate to ask. I hate to
Doesn't make
ask.
any difference.
It all depends when we can get a drilling rig on the site. We can.
Well, we're not going to get it in a week
You're not going to get it in a week.
or 2.
I don't know. You're not going to get it in a week.
We're pushing it. We are pushing it.
What are you going to do?
Any other, Councilor Prout?
I'm just sort of caught up in the semantics of it. Can we get a definition of favorable?
Exactly.
Like, we're still up against this, the clock is ticking. I'm not sure. Favorable in time frame, favorable in how we approach it. I guess, I understand the intent that's there, but I guess just the semantics of it.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
So what can we do exploratory?
Deputy Warden has the floor at the moment.
I'm not quite sure how I would describe favorable, but we do know that if we do some geotech style work there and there's a great big cavity underneath the building, chances are we're going to end up tearing the building down. I don't know how we'd ever fix it. So, but if we find that all the ground is solid there and we don't know why that wall's falling out, or then that's kind of a favorable report. Then we can say, well, listen, underneath is all in good shape. We can fix the building, or not, right, or not. But at least we know what's there. If we go to sell the building to somebody, at least we can say, ground's good underneath, you got to fix a roof. But, you know, we can report on that. You can work with that. If we don't know what's going on underneath that building, how are we to do anything with it and know that we're spending dollars wisely? Or how can we even try to sell it to anybody if we have any kind of a conscience, knowing that, you know, it can't be insured and one thing and another. I know that will all come out, but so I just feel that this work has got to be done, and if we find a great big hole under there, well, that's not a favorable condition to fixing the building. How we put that in words, I'm not a wordsmith. Takes me a while.
Councilor Longmire?
And perhaps it could, you know, maybe be worded dependent on the report provided by the expert.
Sure.
I mean, we're going to have to be advised. We're not the expert. So depending on what the geotechnical report comes back, they're going to show us honestly what direction we can move in.
Maybe whatever the report, how it comes back, the council can decide if that's favorable or not at the time.
Yeah.
And it's the joys in the beholder, I guess. Councillor Bartow.
Just to expand on, maybe clarify, it's to, if we don't have a good foundation, why repair the wall? I think that was it, you know, we're in a different situation if we find out that we're on shaky ground, per se. That, you know, I don't think that, I think it's the right progression of things, and maybe at the same time to support Councilor LeBlanc's concerns is to say, immediately do some exploration in that wall. We might find out the cause is not from settlement of the foundation, and I'd be surprised if it is, but if it is, then maybe we don't go any further, but if we find out that there's another root problem for that wall leaning, then we can address that, you know, differently. But we get the geotechnical report done, we get maybe an exploration of the wall, and if you want that put in a motion following this one, I don't think we can clearly add it to this as an amendment. You know, maybe we can do a separate motion to do the exploratory on the wall immediately in preparation for making our decision on whether we are going to expend that major amount of money for the wall replacement.
Could we hear the amendment again, please?
Yes?
For on the amendment,
Yes.
Sorry?
Councillor Morrison wanted to hear the amendment.
Oh, wanted to hear the amendment read to him? Sure, go ahead.
I'm not sure who the seconder was on it.
Councillor Hudson, I believe.
It was moved by Councillor Dunn, seconded by Councillor Hudson, to amend the motion by adding, and that it be based on a favorable geotechnical report.
Yes. Councillor Connell.
My concern is that if we leave it and get a report back on the geotech report, we're looking at closing that part of the facility for 3 to 5 days. If we go ahead tomorrow, throw in some cartons in there, tear that wall apart, guess what? We're going to close that section of that building from tomorrow until the report comes back from the geotech. That could be 6 weeks. That's my concern, is that why would we start something? Why would we put the horse behind the cart and start the cart work? Why wouldn't we wait for the geotech info to come back to make sure it's going to be feasible for us to repair the wall? Then we can make a decision how long that's part of the facility is going to be closed. Because obviously it's going to close what pool they have today. And that is my concern, is that if we rip the wall apart, that whole section of that building should be closed to any public. So that's what council wants. It can be closed for 6 to 8 weeks. Why close it when there's no need to until we're sure we're going to continue on?
Right. Good point.
As an exploration.
Any other discussion on the amendment? The amendment to await the work on the wall until the geotech work is done. I don't see any other comments, so I'll call Councillor Redden.
In making this contingent on the geotechnical report and saying a favorable geotechnical report, this is very much a question. Does it come back to council then, or is staff then empowered to just do it?
I think you may be speaking to the main motion. Maybe not. The amendment is to await the results of the geotech before we do the wall,
Well,
and whether it's favorable. That's a good question when I think about it. I would think that staff would be permitted to go ahead. What do you think?
I thought we were going to get the report first.
Well, after the geotech, if it's come back favorably, the motion that's on the floor is to do the wall. And I'm just thinking out loud, and it seems to me that if it's a favorable report, in the words of the amendment from the geotech, meaning that the wall might, there's nothing in the foundation that's going to ruin the wall, that by then passing the motion, the staff would have the ability to go ahead and start hiring people to do the wall, I would think.
Right. Yes, expedites things rapidly.
Sorry, Councillor Redden?
That would save us like a week of it the report coming in, coming to council, us talking about it for a while.
Yeah. So, yeah, I would see that the amendment is such that if it's favorable, then staff could go ahead, it wouldn't have to come back to council, assuming council passes the main motion.
So Warden, only because staff's report is not being taken here, I don't think I'd want to do anything, or have my staff do anything without it coming to council. But my suggestion is that really, we're talking about favorable. I don't know what favorable means. And my suggestion is that we actually bring the consultants in here, we have a conversation with them, because we're going down this road, and then you probably still won't have your answers until we have the engineers come and see you, because no matter what, it looks like there's definitely I'm getting different signals from this council as to whether it's an engineering problem or not, whether it's a soils problem or not. We've got engineering reports to tell us what they think it is, and you're not buying it. So mine is, let's have the engineers come and talk to you before you make any decisions. That's just my observation of what's taking place here today.
Well, we've already passed a motion to have the geotechnical work done. That's behind us,
okay.
Right? The motion that's on the floor is to, or the amendment, correct, is to not do any of the wall unless there's a favorable report. And I guess Councillor Prout properly raised the question, what does the word favorable mean? And I'm thinking out loud again, and I see the time problem to keep coming back to council if we wait for the geotech report and then bring it back to council, unless we're prepared to have a special meeting after we get the geotech report to then decide what we're going to do after getting that report as we get closer to May 31st. So I'm looking for some comments. Councillor Sheridan?
I agree with what the CAO is saying. We're trying to make a big decision, and we don't have the answers to this big decision. The geo work, yes, that's fine. We all agree to that. Now we're kind of split on whether or not to move forward, because we don't have all the answers to whether or not, what is that wall? Should we just go in and inspect it, or should we start work on it? But those engineers, or the people, consultants coming in, could probably answer these questions that we're going back and forth on and not getting any answers on. So,
what questions are those that they can answer?
Well, the questions that some of the councillors have: is the wall safe? Is it the ground doing something to the wall? Like, all these questions they could answer. Help us out to make this decision.
I'm just going to continue here for a minute with Councillor Sheridan, if you don't mind. And it's
we seem to be going around in circles with this wall.
My recollection about the wall is to inspect the wall, they'd have to take the track down a bit to look on the inside, and the CAO is agreeing with me that so to inspect that wall is a kind of a big job in itself. It's going to shut down a lot of stuff. And so I don't know if the experts are really going to say a lot, unless they're going to say, well, we have to go look. I think that's the problem. I think, that's what they've been saying. We need to look at it. I don't think they're going to give us any more answers other than we need to look at it, but I could be wrong. I'm just,
And again, it goes back to the geotechnical work. It depends on what comes back from there, whether the wall is safe, whether it's deteriorating. And we can't move forward with that until we get this other work done. In the meantime, they could come in and chat. I don't know which direction to go, because this is just going in circles.
yeah, I'm going to try and just bring us back to where we are procedurally, and that is there's an amendment on the floor that the wall repairs not be considered unless there's a favorable, that's the wording on the floor, a favorable report from the geotech. And would anyone else like to speak to the amendment? Councillor Hudson.
Yes, just maybe I'll saying this, maybe just perhaps in a different way. My interpretation of favorable would simply be this, is that the report will tell us whether or not we have a sound foundation under this building, right? What is the stability of that building, right? And I think that's the thing that we have to know, whether or not we have a stable building or not. In respect to Councillor Ridden's comment about, it coming back to council, will we not be dealing with this very shortly in our upcoming budget deliberations? I mean, this is proposed, this is going to be part of our capital budget for 21-22. So I just say, are we not
answer that question of whether this wall repair would be dealt with in the upcoming budgeting process?
Yes, we are warning through you to council. That $315,000 is, we're giving you the upset figure for what we were told by the engineers. It's like peeling the layers of the onion. We gave you the whole cost, and it's actually broken down. If you look at, I think Appendix D of the report, it basically goes through all of the things. So we would identify 315 in the capital budget because we don't know. I wouldn't want to come to council and just say, look, we're only going to do the first part, and then if I came back and told you later on that it was going to cost $315,000, I know what you would do to me. You'd say, why didn't you tell us before that the whole thing could cost $315,000? There are pieces here that have to, there's the engineering structural, there's the demolition piece that they have to involve. There's a series of things. If you look at this, there's about 8 steps. We may not end up spending 315. We may end up stopping at 25 or 30,000. But I have to give you the full picture because I know councils, you want the full picture. I'm trying to give you the full picture, but these are the bits and pieces that form the total cost of the $315,000 for the wall. But you have to start somewhere. And as the warden has identified, if you saw in the report, you literally have to take apart that track, the walking track, to be able to get in to see the wall. And so on and so on. So anyway, I'll leave it at that. I think, I really think that, no, I think I've said it already, so I'll leave it at that.
Any other comments on the amendment? I'll come back to you, Councillor Sheridan. I think Councillor Redden.
So I've been back and forth from day one on this wall, whether it goes ahead at the same time or not. And Fuzzy made a good point about, Councillor Connell made a good point about this place, it closing for 8 weeks while we wait for something to happen. And it's a consideration I hadn't necessarily made, but really when it comes down to spending $400,000, whether it's closed for 2 months or 4 months, it's not really part of my decision-making process. One of the things that was said about this wall and about it being structurally sound, I mean, engineers are very good at making judgment calls. I've worked with lots of them. But one of the things they said was the post was still plumb because they put a 4-foot level on it. And that's fine. I'm very glad they qualified their assessment there. But when you have serious ground stability issues potentially underneath it, I'm really hesitant to move forward without knowing something of the ground stability. And that's really my my major hesitation about not just moving forward with the wall until after we hear back about the geotechnical report. From my reading of geotech stuff, reports along the way, and ground stability stuff, is there's always a solution. There's always a way to fix it. Is it a $100,000 fix, or is it $1 billion fix? And if you're talking about a tailings dam that covers a couple of square kilometers, sometimes those are the numbers you get, are massive numbers. So I don't like the terminology of favorable. And understand the CEO not wanting to have his staff go ahead without things not coming back to council. But I was also happy to put that in his hands if we had a favorable report that comes back. Because in my mind, the geotechnical report is going to come back and it's going to be extremely favorable, or it's going to tell us we need to spend a lot of money to stabilize that building. I don't see it being a $100,000 fix. That's not the way these fixes tend to be. They're going to come back and say, you can fix the pool as we've told us to fix the pool, or, well, good luck. Like, because who knows where the bottom is, so to speak. And right now, I couldn't tell you if I'll vote for this wall, yes or no. I know if the question was called in 30 seconds, it might be different than what I kind of think right now. I'm so torn by it, but it's such a complicated thing to try and think your way through.
Okay.
That's it.
Yeah. Councillor Connor?
And that is my concern, is that I'm very appreciative of what staff has done and what Lewis has done. And I appreciate the fact is that they've given us a high quote on fixing the wall. But we haven't allotted zero for anything that comes out of a report on the GEO. And unlike Councillor Red, is that if we jump and go ahead and start spending money, favorable to me is not to spend no more money. So if the GEO report comes back and all of a sudden it's another $100,000, then it's not favorable to me. It needs to be discussed because it's more money going into a situation.
You mean another 100,000 on top of the 315? Right. Is that what you mean?
So I'm definitely, I want to, and we've hopefully we passed the GEO work, and I would, because favorable is going to be different in every one of our minds. Favorable to me is to spend $1 because we haven't allotted that extra dollar to spend that. So I would like to see the report come back to council or back to a special committee of the whole or a Zoom meeting with whoever the engineers are to give us what it's going to cost to go further. Because exactly what happens is that it's $50,000 today, it's $75,000 tomorrow, and all of a sudden another $50,000 today, and all of a sudden we're back into the building for $1 million. Where do we stop? So I would like to see the report come back and explain to us no matter what the situation is, so we can feel confident about going forward. Because it's not only us around this table that I have to decide to deal with. I have 1,800 voters. That out of them 1,800 voters, if they ask me questions, I got to be able to answer them truthfully. And the problem was with the last 4 years is that when constituents asked questions, they couldn't give the answers because the council didn't even have them. I don't want to be put in that position. I want to be able to explain to anyone that calls me the direction we went, what we done, and I want to be able to support my decision to go forward.
Okay. Councillor Prout?
Thank you.
I'm reminded in a former profession when I was staff coordinator for renovations at West Kings, one of the Roscoe supervisors, we were having a discussion, and his comment was, there isn't any problem that can't be solved with more time and more money. Money is a difficult enough issue, but time, we can't find more time. I just have one question. Will we be able, does it appear we'll be able to still have insurance after May 31st if we're still spinning our wheels, if we haven't at least perhaps started the wall work? That's my concern. Money is, like I say, money is a big enough concern. It's a huge concern. But time, they're not making any more of it. That's what I'm coming at here. I took the warden's, the CAO's comments looking at what's involved with the preliminary budget pricing for the East Wall. And Councillor Connell's comments about, we'll have to shut down that part of the YMCA. You've got the track, you've got the small pool and so on. Is there a way, 2 or 3 of the first steps there could be started? I don't know. I'm looking for direction. We're really struggling with this and we want to make the right decision. Some of the stuff that's mentioned there, the engineering, structural, the demolition, and so on. We're talking about a lot of work if we do the geotech, and then we find out that, yeah, we can do the rest of it here, but it's going to be months.
Yeah, there's a lot of moving parts. I agree. It's a tough one. Other comments? I'll go to Councillor Sheridan.
So getting back to the capital projects and the list and the money that's coming up, is there something being postponed off of this capital project list to do the Basin View? Or are we taking something off the list? I don't know where the money is coming from. We haven't been discussing budget yet. I kind of feel like we're being backed into a corner with time, and we're being pushed into a decision that might be right, it might be wrong, we don't know. But money is a factor with the taxpayers and their ability to pay their taxes, and the trickle-down effect that I was speaking about earlier. It concerns me greatly. So I guess my question is there something being moved off the capital budget list, or how are we paying for this project, for the wall?
So, Warden, through you to Council, we met as staff and we discussed it. Clearly, this happens with every budgeting cycle. There are always things that come to the top, and there's other things that we wanted to bring to the capital budget that we won't. So it's not like we're moving. It's not like you've already approved something and we're taking it off the table. No, nothing like that. It's whatever we were going to bring to council for a capital budget that may not show up in there when we bring the projects forward. So the answer is it depends on council's priority for the wall. If it's something, it's a priority, then we'll just move it as a recommendation to council as one of the priorities on the capital budget. There's a whole list of projects, and if I could ask our Director of Municipal Operations just to give you a sense, we're simply saying that there were projects that we were thinking of bringing forward, and the equivalency of $315,000 will be set aside. So it just becomes that a project that we're going to do this year might have to wait for another year. That's what we do all the time. Things happen every year. We can have a plan, and a sewage treatment plant has a major cost or something, and we just have to prioritize our capital budget.
So second part, like in regards to the report from the insurance regarding the roof, because we're getting an investigation done on that, we're going to have something done. It could come back to say that you have to do the whole roof of the Basin View. We don't know that yet because we haven't had that report done. So we're going to be putting aside some more capital projects in order to pay for the roof if it comes to that. How do we because there's so many trickle-down effects. This is what worries me in jumping too quick into a decision. So I don't know where the money would come from for the roof.
It may be a moot point if you don't fix the wall. You'll have no insurance for the building, maybe, and we don't have to worry. But I understand what you're saying. There's a lot of things that we have to do with that building, and as the director of municipal operations showed council, over the next, I forget, 20 years, it's going to cost us about
Almost 14 million.
Almost 14 million. So that's not lost on us. I mean, that's part of why we did the presentation to council, talk about the big picture. And is it costing us a lot? Yes, it is. Do we want to have the building insured, but in time? What do we want to do? Do we want to close the building down? All of those things are predicated on us doing some initial work, and from staff's perspective, what I've identified here is
Thank you, everybody. We've repaired the recording system. Right now, there's an amendment on the floor. The amendment essentially is to not consider the wall until there's a favorable report from the geotechnical investigation. We've had a lot of go-around on this topic at the Committee of the Whole and here, and I've checked our policy. Our policy is that councillors should not speak more than twice on any particular issue, other than the mover of the motion, who can sum up at the end. I've tried not to follow that. I've wanted everybody to have their say, but I am starting to feel that we need to, as we used to say in Lunenburg County, fish or cut bait on this kind of thing. I'm not cutting anybody off. I'm just saying that I'm starting to feel that we need to let's try and first just address the amendment, because we're then going to address the motion, which is really about the wall, and the issue will be whether we're going to do the wall. The first is just whether we don't consider doing the wall until after we hear from the geotech. So that's the amendment that's on the floor. And now further discussion on the amendment.
Could I have it read to me? The amendment?
Sure. Clerk, could you read the amendment to the motion?
It was moved by Deputy Warden Gunn, seconded by Councillor Hudson, to amend the motion by adding, and that it be based on a favorable geotechnical report.
All right. Is everybody ready to vote on that amendment? I see nobody wanting to speak. Deputy Warden?
I'm a little bit afraid that I might open another can of worms here, but I do wonder about the word favorable. If that couldn't be changed, if I couldn't amend the amendment.
Well, I think you can amend a motion twice. So this would be the second amendment, the amendment to the amendment.
Could I read it out? About my idea?
Are you just changing the word favorable, or are you?
Well, it would change the word favorable. I'd move that council direct the repairs of the Basin View Wall at $315,000.42 if we receive a favorable report from the geotechnical work that the east end of the building is on sound footing.
So you're just adding the words, if the base is on a sound.
I'm taking out favorable, removing favorable, and adding to the end of it after, if we receive a report that the east, the geotechnical report, that the east end of the building is on sound footing.
All right.
That takes a favorable rate.
Is there a so I guess that
I'm not sure what it is.
I'm not. Well, I know it's not contradictory to the current amendment that's on the floor, is it? It's just kind of changing it.
Just changing the word favorable.
It would seem that maybe we could. You might want to withdraw your amendment and then put that amendment on the floor. That might be cleaner. I'm just thinking. if everybody knows where we're going on it. Do you think that might be easier than trying to amend the amendment to the motion?
Fine. I'll withdraw my amendment, my first amendment.
Yeah, and who was the seconder?
Councillor Hudson.
Councillor Hudson?
I withdraw my motion.
Well, we're not there yet. We're still dealing with the amendment.
There is no amendment.
They
He
just
withdrew.
Well,
Council-
I did say to the deputy warden that I would allow him to withdraw if he wished to put the other one on the floor. And so I feel a duty bound to follow through on the understanding that we're proceeding on, that he withdrew it on the basis that he could put this other one on the floor.
That's right.
And so would you like to read that out for the clerk?
Okay.
Wait, I'm sorry first. If we can just take a breath. Deputy Warden, what did you withdraw? The amendment you just suggested or your original amendment?
The original amendment.
You're withdrawing the original amendment?
The original, yes.
Because
amended motion.
Because you were not seconded when you posed the most recent amendment.
No, he's going to do that now.
So you're withdrawing the amendment?
Yes.
He withdrew the first amendment and he's going to make another amendment.
Okay.
Okay. Pursuant to the recommendation of the Committee of
No,
the Whole.
it's not pursuant to the
Okay.
recommendation.
I move that council direct repairs to the Basin View Wall at $315,042.50 if council receives receives a report of the geotechnical work that the east end is on sound footing.
East end wall?
East end wall is on sound footing.
Is there a seconder to that motion? Councillor Hudson, do you want to second that one? Discussion on the current amendment that's on the floor. Councillor Morrison.
Thank you. I view that as a very, very restrictive amendment and almost prohibits future council consideration of the program of work. And for that reason, I will not vote for it.
Other comments with respect to the amendment that's on the floor? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote on the amendment. I'd ask the clerk to read the amendment again.
It was moved by Deputy Warden Gunn, seconded by Councillor Hudson, to amend the motion by adding, if council receives a report from the geotechnical work that the east end wall is on sound footing.
All those in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay?
I see two nays. So the amendment is passed. So would the clerk read the motion that's on the floor as amended?
Just give me one moment, please. It was moved by Councillor Morrison, seconded by Councillor Prout, that municipal council commence the Basin View Center wall repair at a budget of $315,042.50, including HST, if council receives a report from the geotechnical work that the east end wall is on sound footing.
Okay. Councillor Morrison, you want to speak to that?
Yes. My view, which I have stated just recently, is that the motion, if passed, absolutely directs council to proceed with the repairs to the wall, notwithstanding anything else. And I don't think that's right, and I withdraw my motion.
Okay. Is there who seconded that? Do you know, clerk?
Councillor Prout.
Councillor Prout, do you agree with withdrawing the motion? You do? So there's no motion on the floor on that front. Councillor Morrison?
Thank you. I think today we have examined this and we've done very good work. We have aligned in our minds, I think, a general order of priority, and I think in our minds have established what I would call a program of work. And the first important item on the program for work is the geotechnical survey. And we have agreed that that must be conducted. And in due time, bearing in mind the end of May as an important date in our work on this file, we will convene again and discuss the report of the geotechnical survey and its implications for us. I would like to move that we invite all project contractors to a special meeting of council to hear their views, present council with an opportunity to ask questions, the sum result being a firm, comprehensible foundation for future work on Basin View Center.
Is there a seconder to that motion? Councillor Redden seconds it. Just before, was there a timing on that? I forget. We're going to invite the, you said contractors, I think you meant the experts?
The experts, yes. And personally, I would leave it to the CAO to, after this meeting, to take a look at what the timetables are to contact the experts and then suggest a day for us.
So that's not, you're not waiting till after the geotech report comes back. You're asking the CAO to do that now in your motion. Is that, just so I understand it?
That was my intent. I don't know if that's the intent of my colleagues or...
Well, you're the mover, so your intent is to move ahead and have set up a special meeting of council with the experts.
Yes.
Not necessarily to wait for the geotech.
Yeah. And because we have this meeting we will set up now, that doesn't prohibit us from further meetings down the road.
Discussion on the motion. Councillor Bartow.
A couple questions. One, can you withdraw a motion that's been amended?
I beg your pardon?
I'm not sure, I'm not up on Robert's rules. Can you withdraw a motion that has been amended?
He withdrew the motion as amended.
He already did that.
Yeah, but it was amended by others. Can you withdraw the whole thing?
Yeah, it's still his motion. It'd be my understanding.
And the new motion, that's to get the experts in only? It doesn't go back to talking about when and if the repairs are done? All right, did I miss something?
No, my understanding is that it isn't talking about when the repairs are being done. It's just talking about having a meeting with the experts to come to talk to us and explain the repairs. Is that right, Councillor Morrison?
Yes.
So are we not moving ahead with the motion on the $315,042.50?
It's not on the floor. It's been withdrawn. If somebody else wants to put it back on, they're at liberty to put it on.
So this is just a replacement interim measure?
Well, it's different. It's not. It doesn't address the wall specifically.
Yeah. No, it just delays it with a. Yeah, okay. No, I just wanted to make sure I was clear on the intent.
Councillor Connell.
So, one of the contractors already has done drilling that would be coming to give us, to explain their report.
I guess so. I mean, I think Councillor Morrison's motion was all of the experts, so that would include the geotech expert, I would think.
And is it going to be the same geotech company doing the next 7 or 8 holes?
That would be my recommendation.
Okay. Because I'm sure that they could probably allude to why they think they should do more drilling. That was my question. That was my concern, is that if we're going to have somebody come, hopefully it would be the same ones that have suggested that they do a few more holes would give us the reasoning behind that.
Wasn't the boreholes deeper this time? Didn't you say that they were just shallow last time?
Shallower, based on additional information, if I may, sorry, through the chair.
Sorry.
Through the chair, the additional information we received about the construction methods, they amended their proposal with deeper boreholes and the one additional hole.
That's good.
Other comments on the motion that's on the floor? I'm going to vote against the motion, just so everybody knows. In my view, we've had reports and reports and reports, and we've got a lot of information. Sure, we can ask for more information, but you know, after the experts come, you know, we're still going to be left probably with some questions. So I'd like to either decide to keep moving or not. So I'm going to vote against the motion. Any other comments? Councillor Sheridan?
I'm really confused on this motion, on the previous motion. I did ask for them to come in as well. I think we're all going around in circles here. I don't think we know the right direction. I think I'm going to support the motion just so there can be clarity with councillors that do have questions, and then possibly move. We don't know what direction we're going to move at that time. I'm so confused now with this motion, with the motion. I don't know what direction I'm heading in, I guess. So I think it's probably good to have this other motion tabled until we get some more information.
What's the other motion? What do you?
The motion that Councillor Morrison withdrew, the basin be repaired to the wall.
Well, it's been withdrawn.
That's off the floor right now,
That's
right?
off the floor.
So that's going to be tabled, come back later at us. But in the
No, it's
meantime-
not tabled, it's withdrawn.
It's not tabled.
But it will come back.
And it's not necessarily gone. The motion that was on the floor is gone, but if somebody else wants to bring that back on, they can bring it back on. He withdrew it, someone else can make it. Right now, he's got a motion on the floor
Okay.
that he'd like the experts to come and talk to us.
I think I'd support the motion for having
Okay.
experts.
All right, I didn't see any other comments, which is why I spoke up. So I think I'll call for the vote. I think it might be helpful if the clerk read the motion that's on the floor.
It was moved by Councillor Morrison, seconded by Councillor Redden, that municipal council invite all project experts to a special meeting of council to hear their views, present council with an opportunity to ask questions, the sum result being a firm, comprehensible foundation for future work on Basin View Center.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Nay?
Nay.
I think the ayes have it. I think it was probably 8-3 or something like that. Yeah. Councillor Redden?
I'd bring a motion that we should begin what I would normally call exploratory work on the repair of the wall. It's outlined in one of the documents we have, East Wall Structural Repair Budget. The first heading there is a lot of what I would normally call exploratory work from stuff, which lets us get a better handle on what needs to be done to that wall and has us moving forward.
So you're putting a motion on the floor that you would like to proceed with the exploratory aspect of the $315,000 wall job?
Yes.
Is there a seconder to that motion? Councillor Longmire, you're seconding that? Discussion. Councillor Bartow?
Through you, can I ask a question to Mr. McGinnis?
Sure.
Do you feel that that exploratory could be done from the exterior? There was talks about shutting down the pool area because of that involving the track where it is. If we could explore from the outside, then we're not shutting down the use of the pool at that point. Would that be an appropriate way or a possible way of approaching that problem?
I don't believe so. I think we're going to look at the inside, at least on the second floor around the track. The separation is very obvious. And that's just drywall removal. We haven't fleshed out exactly the scope of work other than to assess how the columns are still attached to that precast wall. So I believe most of the work is actually in the track level, but I don't have a good sense for what work they would have to do to assess the beams.
The precast wall is just on the lower section, and then it's all stud from there up.
Yeah, but the separation is obvious on the second floor.
Where it's only a stud wall. Yeah. That could be taken off, put back on. It wouldn't be damaged for the 6 weeks that was possibly mentioned before.
If I may, through the chair, I have been communicating with our engineer, and they're looking at the scope of work and the price tag to take some of the drywall off, put it back on, not tape it, just secure the site after they've had a look at it, and wait for them to get back.
Yeah, that'd be a reasonable time frame.
Further comments with respect to the motion to start the exploratory work on the wall? Seeing none, I think we'll read the motion again, Madam Clerk.
It was moved by Councillor Redmond, seconded by Councillor Longmire, to begin exploratory work on the east wall to better understand what needs to be done.
Okay. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Two nays. Okay, let's go on to the harness. The harness work. Would someone like to make a motion with respect to proceeding with the harness work at $58,529.25?
I'll make that motion. Pursuant to the recommendation of the Committee of the Whole, I move that Council take steps. Take steps. Repair budget. It's a hard thing to read here. Listen, it's to install a harness and work at $58,529.25, including HST.
Yeah, could I just help you out a bit there? This isn't pursuant to the recommendation of the Committee of the Whole. I mean, essentially, what you're saying is you move that the harness work at $58,529.25, including HST, proceed.
There you go.
Right.
Thank you.
Is there a seconder to that motion? Councillor Morrison seconds it. Discussion? Councillor Connell?
Can I ask our CAO, have we got any employees with fall arrest?
With what?
Do we have any employees that have fall arrest?
Warden, I don't know. Oh, there.
Mr. McGinnis?
Some of the employees have received training, but they have to be retrained because their tickets have expired.
So we have nobody that has fall arrest.
Well, I don't know what, can you explain what that is?
Fall arrest is usually about a 2-week course on how to properly hook on your anchor points, how to wear a harness. You're supposed to have your own harness, not use somebody else's. Fall arrest is very strict. And so I'm not going to vote for the motion because I wasn't looking at a long time down the road that if we do decide within the next 4 months or so to continue on with the building, I definitely wasn't going to vote against it at that point. But I see no reason why our employees have to be on that roof that we can't hire a contractor to do over the next couple months till we find out if we're going to be to that point. And now I'm told that our employees we do have don't have a valid card to do fall arrest. So you're not even allowed near it. Your fall west equipment has to be inspected every year. There's only companies in Halifax that do that. So it's very if you don't work with fall arrest, you probably, unless you really read up on it, you don't understand all the things that has to be done every year to keep your certification up. You're supposed to have practices, you're supposed to have emergency training to help your fall arrest. I mean, it's a pretty stringent program. So I'm not going to vote for it because I feel our employees, if they haven't got it right now, then why couldn't we wait for 2 months or so until we see how we're doing with the building? A motion like that can come back on the floor when we need it. So I'll be voting yes.
Councillor Bartow?
Warden, through you to CAO, I'm just wondering if, just trying to think outside the box here, is the Fundy Y operation of that, is there equipment on that portion of the roof related to the operation of the Fundy Y? And if so, is there a regular maintenance that the Richard Chaplow on site actually has to go up there to do with those units?
Mr. McGinnis has got his hand up.
We have a twice annual program done by a certified contractor for all the HVAC units on the rooftop. There are, I believe, 2 units that are directly related to the Y. I am going to correct myself, and I apologize to council. Said fall arrest, I was thinking confined space entry. So I don't believe we have anybody trained or have been trained on fall arrest. It's more confined space. So we have a certified contractor to do the work on the HVAC units, and our staff go up there to troubleshoot any particular unit when the contractor is available, but it's rare. Those are the conditions that
Mr. McGinnis, so the original building was built in the 70s?
Yes.
77, I think? And the addition was 2005?
Correct.
And so these HVAC systems have been on the roof since at least 2005?
Correct.
And we've never had these restraints?
Correct.
All right, thank you. Councillor Khan?
Again, if we've got no employees who fall arrest, they should never be on a roof. Dog pound roof, the county office roof, their house roof. It's illegal under the labor laws to be on a roof, even if you hire a contractor to shingle your own roof and they go up there and have knock and tie-offs, they could be charged. And if you have no fall arrest certificate, you're absolutely in the wrong. So they shouldn't even be up there to even look over the roof. You know.
I think, didn't Mr. McGinnis say that the vast majority of the time that our employees don't go up, it's a contractor that we hire to go up?
Yes, but he said once in a while.
Rare.
Zero.
Yeah, okay.
Zero is the tolerance.
Yeah.
I agree with that. Yeah, he's right.
Other comments with respect to the motion on the harness restraint? The motion on the floor is to proceed with spending the $58,000 for the harness work. Councillor Redden?
Move we table until May.
Good work, 'cause that's what I was
So postpone the
Okay.
decision postpone it until May?
Yes.
And we'll have another 2-hour discussion?
So that's, let me just think for a minute. I think what you're asking for is to postpone the decision, which is, it's not an amendment. You're asking to postpone the decision like we did earlier. And so if there's a seconder to the motion to postpone, who moved the original motion?
Deputy Warden.
Deputy Warden, right. So I'm just curious. So you're making a motion to basically postpone the decision on the harness restraints until the May council meeting?
That's my understanding of tabling, yeah.
Yeah, we're not tabling it, we're postponing the decision.
It's a weird term, but,
Defer-
yeah, deferring motion until May, yeah.
Yeah.
Committee of the whole.
Anyway, let's not get hung up. It's the same thing, whether it's postponing it or tabling it.
Yeah, no, we don't need to get hung up on it, please.
Table,
If
there's
you
no
want-
discussion on table.
If you are
Yeah.
tabling a motion, it stops now, it doesn't get another date. If you
That's right.
defer a motion, you can say when you're deferring it to.
That's what I think we want to do, is to defer it, postpone it. I think the Robert's Rules of Order talks about postponing, they use that word. So is there a seconder for Councillor Redden's motion to postpone? Councillor Longmire.
Defer.
And
Deferring to May.
no, I'm using the word that's in Robert's Rules of Order. I think I'm correct in doing that. It's the same thing, postponing it until deferring it, okay? That is a debatable motion, the motion to postpone until May. And would anyone like to speak on the motion to postpone the harness matter until May council meeting? I don't see anybody with their hands up, so I'll call, Councillor Bartow?
Through you, Warden, I just wondering what the purpose of delaying it is.
I don't know if we really get into, I can ask, but I mean, you can say that you don't understand the purpose
I don't understand
of delaying it. I'll invite Councillor Redden to respond if you're directing it to him.
I mean, I see it as being not particularly useful infrastructure right now if we have nobody who can use it, but it's something that should come back in the near future if we're looking to keep this building around. And so I thought May was an appropriate time. That's all.
New motion comes from me.
Any other comments with respect to the motion to postpone?
Councillor.
Oh, sorry. Yes, Councillor LeBlanc.
By deferring it to May, what would happen, we would probably, hopefully, get all the results from the geotechnical and be able to work on, hopefully, that we have good results and work on the wall. And it could be the third thing in our pocket to do and still be able to do it. Depending on the time, I don't have no idea how long it would take for this harness to get up there, but in any case, our people can't get up there, and we'd have to hire somebody to go check all these things out. So how long does it take to put a, whatever it's called, a harness?
They're hooks.
What?
They're hooks. They're eye hooks.
But how long would it take?
It takes as long as to go up on the roof and screw them into a solid foundation.
It costs $58,000.
A cabling
I
system.
know the cost for
Can you walk
both.
up anywhere?
That's it?
Probably
Like
should.
5 volts? Must be grand. Wrong perspective.
Mr. McGinnis?
Just for clarity on the system, it's a cable system. Okay. You hook into, you can walk along the roof, and you have two carabiners, unhook one, hook into the next cable system. It's not a specific eye hook. You can only have limited range, so you can walk around the entire roof.
So it's hooks with a
It's a cable system.
cable all the way around the roof. Okay.
The motion on the floor is to postpone the decision on the harness till May, the May council meeting. Any further comments? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried.
Got through it.
Okay, well.
Basin View Center options. I move, pursuant to the recommendation of the Committee of the Whole, that Municipal Council direct the CAO to explore all options for alternate operators and/or private ownership of Basin View Center.
Second, Councillor Sheridan seconds that. Discussion? Seeing none, sorry.
I'd like to amend the motion, but also by including, at the end, it says alternate operators and/or private ownership of the Basin View Center. Or maybe it shouldn't go there. Okay, no, I'll wait. I'll make my motion.
Okay. Any further discussion on the motion as read out?
What's meant by alternate operators?
Hiring you to run it.
Yeah, but then we're not gaining any ground if we just replacing Peter with Paul, you know. I was going to say a devil with a witch, but, you know.
I think the CAO drafted this motion in his report. Those are his words. Maybe he wants to respond.
Warden, it was simply to suggest, you know, any other person interested in the building. When I said alternate operators, I was simply thinking of there might be totally different use for the building, but you could rephrase that more specifically to just look at the options that are there. I mean, I was just opening it up for more than just a couple of options. It's for any particular...
Use a broader brush.
Sorry?
Use a broader brush.
Yeah.
Just, yeah. It was just opening it up, and I probably could have used a different phraseology. Any suggestions on the...
That's good.
Any other comments with respect to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried.
Funding for study of all Annapolis County assets in accordance with the recommendation of the Committee of the Whole. I move that Municipal Council authorize funding be set aside for a study on all assets owned by the County of Annapolis. The study to identify the condition of the assets, those that we need to keep and fix, those that we need to dispose of, and where consolidation of buildings for municipal purposes should be considered, and that the study be tendered and will cost $60,000 to $100,000. Gas tax funds may be used for this study.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Bartow seconds that. Discussion? Councillor Sheridan?
So was this was there a grant that we applied for the asset study in my...
Yeah, the AIM grant that we've applied for, and we don't have a response yet.
So this is above what it's going to cost above this if we get the grant?
No, the grant, I think, was $50,000 if we get it, and I think that 50 would be part of the 60 to 100.
I just wanted to be clear on that.
Is that right?
No, Warden. This is over and above. We're just estimating that if we get the grant, our cost is only $15,000 of the 50. I think. Correct me if I'm wrong.
12,500.
Sorry.
12,500.
12,500 if we get the grant. If we don't, it is 50,000, and that study is to do an asset condition of all of our assets, underground as well as above ground. What this study is this is about consolidating all of our assets. This is a totally different exercise, and it would assess, you know, all the assets that we have in the county. There's, you know, what's the function, because eventually those are going to start costing us money as well.
They are now.
They are now.
No, it's an important study.
Yeah.
I just wanted to be clear on what that was.
Yep,
Thank you.
Councillor LeBlanc?
Well, I was just wondering, did we had some evaluations of different sections of our assets, maybe? I'll just take Bridgetown School, for example. I believe Mr. McGinnis had something that he reported at a council meeting. That's one of the, and then there's this fire department here. I don't know if we have some of these, mind you, they could be too old for us to look at and we need new ones. Is that what you were implying? that we need to assess this, and 4 years ago would be a,
We do have existing reports. We did condition reports on our water systems. They're a little aged, about 6 years old. But if approved, then we'll go out to tender. We would gather up all existing reports, and they're free for the contractor to use, but they do age out. Probably they're older than 5 years old, and would likely, review those assessments. But as the CAO said, this is about a consolidation, not necessarily a condition. On the AIM study and the condition, that's where we would provide the previous investigations on asset conditions.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
Further comment? Councilor Morrison?
Thank you. I'm really happy about this. Some of us have been talking about this for years, and I'm glad to see it coming to fruition. Thank you.
Further comments? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried.
Lawrencetown Education Center request letter of acknowledgement. I move, in accordance with the recommendation of the Committee of the Whole, that Municipal Council provide a letter of acknowledgement to the Lawrencetown Education Center for their application to the province for a recreational facility development grant.
Is there a seconder for that? Councilor Redden? Discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried.
Minimum provincial planning standards request extension. Pursuant to the recommendation of the Committee of the Whole, I move that the Municipal Council send a letter to the Minister of Municipal Affairs to request a delay for the completion of the minimum provincial planning standards for a year to December 2023.
Is there a seconder for that? Councilor Connell? Discussion? Councilor Morrison?
Thank you. I would imagine there is December 23rd, 2023, is it the intent that that date is the date we have completed our work and we'll send it to the province? Or is it a date by which the province will reply to our work that we submitted previously?
Warden, I'll ask our Director of Community Services if he can respond to that.
The way to interpret that is December 2022, the plan was supposed to be approved by council, therefore submitted to the municipality.
By
there
that
will
date.
be some reasonableness that municipality, and this is only what the planner had said, not the department head, but they had said, that they always look favorably if you are substantially towards the completion of it, and you just need a little bit of time. But that's just the words of somebody who works there. But the intent is December 2022, finished by council, submitted to the minister and the director of planning for their review.
But this motion, if it's passed, gives us another year beyond 2022.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilor Connell?
It's kind of funny that we get put that kind of stipulation on the effort to zone our whole county. When I talked to a councillor, an ex-councillor from Kings County, it took them 9 years. And we were given a year.
We've actually known about this for a long time. There was an act passed in the legislature some years ago that
was coming.
Well, no, I think Mr. Dunphy might know. There was an act, was there not?
There was an act. I don't have the information directly on it, but it was prior to pandemic times for sure.
Yeah, I think the act did give a number of years. We just haven't gotten going on it.
But I'm just saying, Kings County took 9 years.
Yeah. Further comments? Councillor Bartow?
I'm just wondering if that extra year, I mean, we're into this pandemic time and that's not even, it's what, a year and a half away. That's a lot of work and we're not even set up for it. Is this a request that we're asking for to go to 2023, or if we're going to do that, can we ask for 2024? Like, you know, if we're making a statement, you know, can we arbitrarily say that that's what we're doing without having that approved anyway? And if we're going to ask for approval, well, let's make it realistic.
That's a good question. Mr. Dunphy, do you have any idea how that would be received by the department if we asked for 2024?
When we look at extensions, the only thing we can draw upon is historical. And the only historical extension that they have given lately was the 1-year extension to accessibility. You can ask for more, and that's essentially what the council would be doing in order to ask for more. How it would be received, hard to say.
Personally, I really want to get this planning done, and councils are human in a way, and humans work to deadlines, and I'd rather leave it at 2023 and then if we need more time, ask for it then. Otherwise, it's going to be December 24, right? But I'm just saying that's my view. Any other comments?
I guess I was trying, I spoke to Councillor Connell at the end of the committee of the whole, and I said, given what we heard from the new Minister of Municipal Affairs, I said it would be ironic if he came out and said, well, we're going to put that off until the end of the year 2024, all except Annapolis County, because they said they could do it by 23. And we had a laugh about that, but I don't know, maybe if you ask for 2024, you might, ask for double what you really, well, we're going to need every day we get. I don't know. Maybe if we ask for 24, we get 23 without a hitch. It's a big job. I came late to the East End planning and was told that all the heavy lifting had been done in the previous 3 or 4 years, might have been 5. It does take time. Let's throw that out there.
Councillor LeBlanc?
I was thinking that, I don't know if it's this, Mr. Dunphy can tell me. Is this the one that if we don't have it done at a specific time, that if we had grants would be withheld?
Yep.
Mr. Dunphy, can you respond to that?
That's exactly right. There was a number of things put out in the Act that's in the Municipal Government Act right now that says that the authorities, that the minister can hold grants to the municipality. The minister can do his own, hire your own consultants to do a plan, and you will accept it and you will like it, thank you. And various things like that. There are all numbers, sorts of things, but yes.
I just wanted to bring that up.
Thanks for that.
Now, there's 2 ways of dealing with this planning exercise that we have in front of us. One is to hire more planners, and the other is to hire an expert planner or an office of expert planners to do it for us. And I'll look at the CAO and say, when is this going to come before council to figure out which way ahead we're going to go?
Warden, we're discussing that now with staff and looking at all of our needs. They're probably going to come with a tax increase of some kind. So this is all going to be part of the discussion that will come before council. So do we use consultants? Do we hire 3 additional staff? All of that will be coming back to council. I can't give you a response right now.
During the budget process?
Yes, during the budget process. Yeah. So that's April 7th, 8th, and I'm being premature about it. Yeah.
Any other comments about the motion on the floor? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Now, the next thing on the agenda has been moved to after the in-camera, so we'll go to the correspondence. There's a letter from Hampton Community Hall. Does someone want to move to receive that for information?
Move to receive.
Second? You second? Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. The next is a letter from Timothy Habinski.
I'll move to receive.
You move to receive for information, seconded by Councillor Sheridan. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion's carried. Next is a letter from Carrie Schell. Now, before we move on that, I want to say that I contacted Ms. Schell, and I wanted to confirm whether she intended to withdraw her rezoning application. In the letter, she's asked for return of the funds that she spent in the application. In my mind, rather than making a determination, since at this meeting, without a staff report, since it does involve the spending of money, that we should ask for a staff report on the pros and cons of refunding the money that she's requested and put it on for the Committee of the Whole next month. Mr. Dunphy?
Just wondering if I can make it simple. The Municipal Government Act under 65 sets out the authorities of what the municipality can spend money on. And a refund of something like this is not set out there. There's no ability to spend money essentially on private property.
Well, all the more reason I'd like to have a staff report so we can think about it, if you don't mind. You don't have to agree with me, but I'd like to have a staff report on her request. Would anyone like to make that motion? Councillor Longmire, would you like, the motion would, if I could word it just that the request by Ms. Schell for refund of her money spent on her rezoning application be referred to staff for a report for the Committee of the Whole meeting next month. Is there a seconder to that? Ms. Longmire, Councillor Longmire moves, Deputy Warden seconds. Any further discussion?
I have a question.
Yes.
What kind of report are you looking at after what Mr. Dunphy said?
I was thinking first, just the pros and cons, perhaps, like what the impact is on any planning things. He's read one section. I'd like to, I mean, what can I say? I'd like to see something in writing that I can look at and maybe check out further. And the fact that refunding money isn't mentioned, I don't know. Does that mean that we can't do it? I just want to look at it.
I was wondering if that's what you were getting at.
I just, yeah,
You just want specific.
I just want to read something and think about it. Yeah. Any other comments on the motion on the floor? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Next is a letter from Ms. Mullen.
Ms. Gordon, may I ask one question?
Sure.
You started the conversation that was she going to withdraw her application?
Yeah, she is.
Okay.
Yeah, I can give you that letter if you want. Yeah.
Receive for information.
Yeah. Is there a seconder to receive for information? Councillor Connell? I'd like to just say something about this. First of all, I'm very pleased with the comments that I've received on behalf of council over the last number of months. I can't count the number of people that think we've been doing a great job and in all the work that we've done, and we seem to be working together, and it's all positive. we get these letters, and they have these comments that are defamatory and accusatory. And I have to address this one where Ms. Mullen says that it didn't take me long to have a policy adjusted to benefit myself financially with regard to pension contributions. That's utterly false, defamatory. It was simply a change in policy to reflect the status quo. It didn't benefit me in any way, not one penny. And to see this kind of stuff in print that we have to bring before council and make public seems to me like there's maybe something wrong with our system. So anyway, that's all I want to say. Any other discussion? Councillor Morrison?
Thank you. I'd like to refer to the last page, please. The paragraph beginning on an entirely different note. I wasn't here on the 12th of November 2018. I was in Brussels as part of an official Canadian delegation commemorating the end of the First World War. And so I looked up this letter, and I asked Ms. Mullen to take a look at her letter and see if the letter she sent in 2018, and if there were any revisions she might like to make. And she indicated that there were, and she has done those and has set up a meeting with a number of community organizations to discuss the ideas she set out in that letter, in the November 2018 letter.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Councillor Bartow?
Just the last sentence in that letter, and it's not necessarily just her, but just to get on the record for anybody that's sending us anything. She says something about not signing in the letters, and, well, electronic signatures are few and far between. I think any comments that council made was because somebody sent a letter in and they didn't even put salutation on it. Didn't indicate who it was from. She's put Al Mullen on the bottom. It's not a longhand signature, but it's letting us know who actually sent it in. And I think the comments that she was referring to was letters that we received, and I won't say by who, that actually didn't finish their letter off. It was just like they just stopped writing and sent it off without saying who it was from. And I think that if somebody doesn't have enough wherewithal to put their name at the bottom of something, let us know who actually wrote it or penned it or typed it. You know, we should just, we shouldn't be putting it in our agenda packages.
Councillor LeBlanc?
I also have to say that I forgot all about the Waterville Community Pool. I'd forgotten totally about that one. So there's 3 pools, indoor pools in Kings County, and I thought, oh, I've forgotten totally about that one. So that was, to me, a little bit of information, and Councillor Morrison went through the paragraph of the November 12th. So I'm glad about that, but I find that she has a very nice statement at the end of her letter. If you would like to read it.
Did you say you wanted to read it?
You could read it.
You can read it.
Did you refer to the
I think the letter was addressed to Councillor Morrison, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
It says, I really like that. You have my deep respect, and I thank you for your service, both as a veteran and a conscientious member of municipal council.
Thank you. Councillor Sheridan?
Just regarding the pools that she had mentioned in Kings County, none of which are funded by a municipality. They're all federal, provincially funded, not by a municipality. Just a point.
Councillor Connell?
Yeah, I wasn't going to respond to it because you took my comments as text when I said, I did not say I wanted my constituents not sending me correspondence. I said I did not want someone wasting my time reading something they didn't want to put their name on, same as what Councillor Bartow has just said. But she also left out very important information. same as Councillor Sheridan just said. Kings County, according to a councillor from Kings County, doesn't pay 10 cents toward pools. Their 3 pools are either fed or provincial or college, and Kemple supports their own pool. The remark that was said was, even if the pool needs to be cleaned, our taxpayers don't pay for it. So when you compare apples to apples, this is an apple and orange. Our taxpayers are paying for every cent beyond what they take in at that building for this pool. But we also put money into other pools throughout our county. So, good to get correspondence, but if they're not going to put all the info in there, it's one-sided.
I don't see any other hands up, so I'll call for the vote to receive for information. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. So now we're going to the in-camera. Would people like to take a 5-minute break?
Yes, sir.
Just a minute, please. No, it's at the late editions here. Okay. A 5-minute break with everybody, and really a 5 minutes. So I will entertain a motion to go in camera, and there's 3 matters. There's section 22.2A, which is acquisition, sale, lease, and security of municipal property. Section 22.2C, personnel matter, and section 22.2F, litigation. Would someone make that motion? Deputy Warden moves, and Councillor LeBlanc seconds. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The motion's carried. Here, then, the next item on the agenda is the taxation of the accounts of
Taxation of account. I move pursuant to the recommendation of the Committee of the Whole that Municipal Council instruct legal counsel to proceed to a taxation of the account of Gilbert, McGlone, Gillis, GMG, Law on the waste management file.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Longmire seconds. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you for that. Next, the late additions are just to set some dates for some meetings. Mr. CAO wants to set some dates for our budget meetings.
7th, 9th, and 12th.
So, members of council, we're looking at April 7th, 8th, or 9th. 7th, 8th, and 9th, or 27th, 28th, and 29th? 26th, 27th, 28th. So, just want to make sure that we'll need 3 consecutive days each time. And
do you have a preference?
It doesn't matter to us. We just want to make sure.
You're going to be ready for the first dates?
Yeah.
7, 8, 9.
I'll be missing some of that.
So what I'll do is, if you have a preference, I'll ask for both, and I guess if it's a tie, we'll do the early. But
when was those dates?
7th, 8th, and 9th.
7th, 8th, and 9th of April, and the other dates were 26, 27, and 28.
Yes.
Of April
Monday,
as well,
Tuesday,
or
Wednesday?
March?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Of April or March, the month?
April. Did I
They're
say
all of
March?
April.
Yeah.
No, I meant April.
The one set was Wednesday to Friday, the other one was Monday to Wednesday.
Yeah, correct. Does it matter with respect to anything else? Is one better or worse than the other, or is it?
From staff's perspective, the earlier dates were preferable, so just so that if there's things that we have to do to come back in the event council doesn't like what we've got, then we're not running it too late into...
The earlier the better.
Okay, let's try the 7, 8, 9. Hands up if that's okay with you. Councillor Hudson? No? Councillor LeBlanc, you have a problem with that?
I have an appointment on the afternoon of the Thursday. So I can do 7, 8, and 9, just miss the afternoon of the Thursday. That's all. No problem.
She can still vote on the budget even though she wasn't here for the whole session.
Yeah.
Okay. If that's okay with you, we'll take those days.
7th, 8th, and 9th, April.
April 7, 8, and 9.
And that's
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
10 o'clock here?
What time would we start?
9:30.
I think the council made a determination that one started at 9.
Yeah, that's
In
good.
April? 9.
Committee of the whole starts at 9.
Yeah.
You want to do it at 9?
It's up to you.
Nice.
It's going to be a special committee of the whole budget, yeah.
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock.
Okay.
I should mark that in for 7 p.m., 8 p.m. for the end. What do we think?
And
9 a.m.
we need something.
And that's going to be
Cut it
here.
off.
Brad, come with a good book.
I do work.
We'll try and end it by 5 each day.
Release.
4 o'clock, we'll order pizza.
I'll have to sign some checks somehow.
No, it wouldn't be the 6th.
Okay,
Second Tuesday.
next, after our CAO negotiates with, the idea was we were going to come back and have the contract approved and, in probably a special Zoom meeting of council. A special council meeting has to give 3 days' notice. Do you want to set something now for that?
We haven't determined the name of the candidate yet.
Oh.
We're still not decided.
Well, sorry, my mistake. Anyway, the meeting, can you tell us the time when you think we might have a contract to look at?
So we're looking at, we said March 22nd as one date. I don't know, we'll have a contract with the gentleman, and so we'll keep that as a tentative date, Warden.
It seems pretty aggressive if you want to give it to the lawyers first.
Yeah, that's next Monday.
It's not even a week.
So we may have to be March 29th.
What about the 24th?
Sure. Well,
Yeah, I'm thinking that we do it before the nominating committee meeting or something. Yeah.
How do we have the public accessing these Zoom meetings? We now have an obligation to have the public access our meetings.
No paper.
A good question. I'm looking at.
I just don't see that we can really do Zoom meetings anymore if we have, because we don't, unless we can live stream them.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah,
I'm looking at our CAO.
Yeah.
He's looking at Carolyn.
This
That's the
should have
book.
worked out. We should have been thinking about this all the time.
I'm sorry, I didn't cover it in my memo either.
To develop a process yet for it.
yeah. We'll have to discuss how, because why would it be any different than the council meetings that we had on Zoom currently?
We couldn't meet in public at that point because of the health regulation.
Yeah.
So my understanding was, once we can have the public into a meeting, we are then obligated to have the public, allow public access to meetings from the MGA, because the MGA just says, I mean...
We'll make sure we
the meetings
schedule a
are
storm
open.
day.
There's no provisions for anything else except that they are open.
Okay. I guess we'll have to meet here then.
I think you're right. And Ms. Atwell, the nominating committee meeting that we have, is that where the public's invited as well?
Nominating committees, as committees to the council, open to the public.
So
We're small enough to meet in the council chambers. in Annapolis and allow people in, and we're set up. So it means that David doesn't have to be here for that, but if it's
Well, for the nominating committee, that's right, but I'm thinking of putting the CAO approval committee meeting, backing on the nominating committee meeting, because if we have to meet in person to approve the CAO.
So basically, you mean be coming here for both of them?
I mean, the other thing is, now that we have a candidate and a contract, do we need to meet again if we're going to renegotiate the contract? I guess we do, I think, because the contract's going to change through negotiation. But it means that we're going to have to get together in a timely manner. I'm just trying to, looking around the room for some help.
I don't care.
How long would that meeting
What
be?
date were you thinking? Did I hear someone say the 24th?
Well, the 24th gives us a little more time.
I have a CTCS Zoom meeting at 3:30 that day, but
I was thinking about the morning.
it wouldn't be a long meeting, I don't.
No, I wouldn't think so. It's just the hassle of everybody coming here for what might be 10 minutes.
I drive around for hours.
Let's just put it in there. If we don't need it, we won't need it. Like, put it in there for tentatively, book it, and if we can't meet that time frame.
So tentatively for, say, 10 o'clock
March 24th?
on March 24th?
Yep.
Here in person?
Yep.
Is that everybody okay with that then?
So is that a special committee or a special council?
What time did you say?
And that'll be a special council.
That'll be a special council.
What's the other one? 7, 8, 9, 9 o'clock?
What's that?
9
o'clock.
Special committee.
So under the committee, the nominating committee meeting would have to be here then?
Yes.
Sure.
Well, so we don't have to leave here and drive to Annapolis.
No,
We could do it
you
here?
all have your packages, I gave them to you.
Yeah.
I can bring what I need to you.
Yeah. Okay.
Whatever.
Do you hear that, Wendy?
Yep, I'm fine with
Yeah.
that.
Good.
Change some things around so we can do it in person.
Not a problem.
Okay.
Sounds good, so.
That is good.
So, CAO contract, March 24th.
We got that figured out.
I guess we should read this, eh? Yeah. Okay, we'll read that, we'll go back in camera. Okay, so we've dealt with the meeting about a new CAO, and that looks like it's the last thing, but wouldn't you know it, we just got another letter that we're going to go back in camera. And I can tell the public that's here that there won't be anything else on the agenda after we finish being in camera. It's just for information purposes. We're not going to have a motion when we come out of in camera, so you should feel free to leave and you won't have missed anything.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
So could I have a motion to go in camera with respect to litigation, section 22(2)(f) of the Municipal Government Act? Is there, Councillor Sheridan moves, Deputy Warden seconds. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Would anyone like to, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Councillor Longmire moves, seconded by Councillor Redden. No discussion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried.
Thank you all.